small and tight. Not like you. Sarah's laugh rings through the night. Such a brute, drunk and silly, thought she'd play. Crazy witch, locked me in just for the day. Where's the bitch? Can't you hear me, Sarah, please? Broke ass bitch, out of there my lungs they squeeze. Let me out, you witch, this is not a funny joke. You put your hands around my throat, feeling trapped and nearly choke. Gonna croak. Can't you hear me, Sarah, please? Broke ass bitch, out of there my lungs they squeeze. Let me out, you witch, this is not a funny joke. You put your hands around my throat, feeling trapped and nearly choke. Gonna croak. Sarah, let me out, I'm begging, please. Stop, I'm almost begging, please someone, don't leave me here. Lost my hair, in this case I disappear. Are you there? Dark and tight, I curl and wait. Are you passed out? You'd return my fate. You emptied my stash out. The game has turned to cruel. Why are you filming late? Inside I feel the fool. I can't breathe. Wasn't meant to be my night. Hiding in the suitcase tight. Sarah's giggles fade away, leaving me as her castaway. Sarah, let me out, I'm begging, please. Leave this stuff, I'm almost begging, please. Pray someone, don't leave me here. Lost my hair, in this case I disappear. Are you there? Boom! Sarah Boone! Sarah Boone! Sarah Boone! Sarah Boone! Sarah Boone! Sarah Boone! Looking tight, I curl and wait. Are you passed out? Hoping you return my fate. Empty my stash out. Stupid game has turned to cruel. Are you feeling me? Lost inside, I feel the fool. I can breathe. Wasn't meant to be my night. Hiding in the suitcase tight. Sarah's giggles fade away, leaving me as a castaway. Sarah, let me out. I'm begging, please. Breathing stuff, I'm almost begging. Please. Drink some wrong, don't leave me here. Lost my air in this year. In this case, I disappear. Are you there? Are you there? Sarah Boone. 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 Sarah Boone.
Oh yeah, look at this wonderful group of folks we have here tonight. So good to see all of you. Let me see if I can get this thing arranged just a little bit. Turn that way. Ah, that's better. There we go. Now I don't feel like I'm all center stage. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Let's turn there. Yeah, that's better. There we go. Good to see you guys. Tammy Bugard, Nanny Goat is good to see you. Daniel Barry. Oh, Tammy Bugard. It's beautiful. Connie Carlson. Good evening. Let's get this thing on the road. I spent a good part of the day getting the first part of this so I wouldn't be waiting for it to render and I wouldn't have to deal with the damn YouTubes as much. And right now I'm rendering everything else out so that way I can have it up and running for you tomorrow with the entirety of day 4. So it seems like it's working really good, and I think here we go. Let's put a little bit of this thing in here. Explicit images, dirty words, and general malfeasance. Yes, viewer discretion is always advised, especially if you're like me, a little slow. Here we go. Let's get this thing on the road.
All right, good morning, everyone. Madam Clerk's going to go ahead and call the case to order.
Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida, Sarah Boone, charged and things for the record being the state.
David Ketchner on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Lewis for the state.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Kevin Becker, we have to.
Ms. Golden, raise your right hand, please.
Good to
Sworn,
see
please.
ya.
You swear or affirm the testimony.
That's awesome. Look at this Puddle Town. Why don't suitcases play hide and seek? Because they always end up getting found during baggage claim. No, it's never too soon, Puddle Town. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. That's right. Yo, sissies, are you suffering from the allergies? Are you getting sick? It's probably just a little bit of the allergies. I would bet that's exactly what it is. Just a little bit of that. That it was a long.
Good morning. Can you state your full
long
name and
night
date of birth
last
for the
night.
record for me?
Sarah
Normally
Boone,
don't go that long.
10-10-7-7.
Ms. Boone is
6
seated at counsel's
hours
table wearing a
yesterday.
dark gray suit jacket and a maroon blouse. She is in
I'm gonna start
custody.
thinking this is
However,
some
she's
sort of
not
job or something.
in any restraints. So we will be continuing to stand as our jury enters and exits. State, are there any housekeeping matters we need to address this morning before we bring in our panel? Defense.
Judge, I don't know if you got the email last night of the potential witnesses for
Don't
the
know
call.
if you got it.
In addition to the one I received this morning. Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. Well, I will say we will not be going as long tonight as we did last night. So blonde lawyer chick is stacked. Yeah, I know. She gives some cleavage later on. You have to keep an eye out for it though.
In addition, we may recall the phone extraction expert.
I fell asleep. I fell asleep last night. Well, this morning at about 2:33, something like that. It was very long, and then I was back up at 7. it was like 7:15. I looked at my clock and I was like, yep, I overslept. There is no way. But yeah, this morning was a good time. I felt like it was a good morning, and I didn't need any extra sleep, so I feel good. But like I said, I'm not doing a 6 hours again tonight. Yeah, we'll keep it shorter tonight.
Okay.
Maybe
Understood.
cover some of it
All right.
tomorrow morning.
Are we ready to bring in our panel?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Very good. Let's go ahead and stand and bring in our panel.
There we go. And just waiting for that little thing to drop off, and then I can move myself back. Yeah. Yo, get your asses in there.
If you could, again, just by show of hands, you complied with
There we
court's
go.
instructions for the overnight break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Members of the jury, at this point in time, the defense is going to continue with their evidence and testimony presentation. And I'm going to ask them to call their first witness at this time. Mr. Owens, you may proceed, sir.
You were there for all of it. Couldn't sleep. It was a blast last night. Oh, hold on. All right. I have to do something really quick, but I'm going to let this play. I just have to disappear off camera for a second. Here we go.
Please swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good morning. You can be seated. And can you please state and spell your name for the record for me?
Yes, sir. My name is Jessica, first name Jessica, Jessica. Last name is Ramirez, Ramirez. Second last name is Delgado, Delgado.
Thank you, ma'am. You may inquire, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Ma'am, how are you employed?
I'm a reserve deputy with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed?
7 years.
Something to offset, Sarah.
Back
That's
on
funny.
July the 25th of 2018, how were you employed at that time?
I was a full-time deputy sheriff for the agency.
On that date, ma'am, did you have the occasion due to your duties to report or to go to 4748 Franks Lane, apartment number 3?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what you were going there for?
Yes, sir. I was a backup deputy for a call involving a male kicking a female in the face. So it came out as a domestic call.
Ah,
And was it another officer who also responded?
Yes, sir. He was the primary.
Ma'am, while you were there, did you have
so
contact?
she did
with
get
Sarah
kicked in
Boone?
the face.
Yes, sir.
While having contact with Ms. Boone, were you able to observe any injuries?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. She had swelling and bruising in her right eye.
And ma'am, were you able to make
I don't think this is
contact
going to work
with
out too
Mr.
good
Torres
as Sarah
Jr.?
thinks it is.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to notice any injuries on his person?
Yes, sir.
Gives the guy
I had
something
red
to look at.
markings and some abrasions around his neck.
Good to see you, Roxanne.
Ma'am, at a certain point in time, did you place Ms. Boone under arrest?
Yes, sir. I detained her and placed her in my vehicle.
Ma'am, at that time, do you recall or remember Ms. Boone asking you, why am I in trouble?
Yes, sir.
And without saying what you said, but did you respond to her?
Yes, sir.
After that, ma'am, do you remember Ms.
But we
Boone
want to know what
asking
the
you
response was.
why? Because I fucking fought back.
Yes, sir.
Or maybe it was because she started it in the first place. And he called the cops because she was losing her freaking mind. The parting of the seas, look, isn't going to go anywhere. I agree. I agree. Every time they put a witness on the witness, it helps the prosecution on the witness stand. Yeah, I agree.
Right, ma'am, one moment.
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any
That's
cross-examination?
During the course of your investigation, you or the other responding deputies spoke to Mr. Torres as well.
Yes, sir.
After concluding all of your investigation, which involved talking to both Mr. Torres and to Ms. Boone and making your observations of the two of them, did you all make final decisions about how to handle your investigation?
The other deputy, which at the time was Deputy Zito, was the one that made that determination.
But that's collectively what you all looked at was statements from Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your physical observations of both persons.
Yes.
And then whatever else you may have observed on scene.
Yes, sir.
And you take into account people's demeanor when they are giving you
Sorry about the
statements
cough.
when assessing their credibility.
Yes, sir.
No other questions?
Any redirect examination?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, basically they determined that Sarah was in the wrong for doing what she did, and that's why she was hauled off to jail. So although she had a bruise on her face, it was George that was fighting back. Interesting.
Defense, call your next witness.
Oh, that was a snotty
At
look
this
at
time,
Sarah too.
The defense calls Deputy John Alden.
Uh-huh. Oh, there. Whoa. See, did you guys see that? There you go, Puddletown. Just for you. Just for you, Puddletown. That make you happy? It's just his attorney's heads together. Yes. Here comes Detective Pudge.
Sir, good morning. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
John Alden, John Alden.
All right, thank you, sir. You may be seated. Mr. Anderson, you may inquire.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, how are you employed? How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office as a corporal.
Back on August the 28th of 2019, how were you employed?
I was a deputy in the Uniform Patrol Division in Sector 2.
As a part of your job duties that day, did you have the occasion to respond to 4748 France Lane, number 3?
Yes.
What was the purpose?
There ended up being a battery call.
And, sir, were you the lead officer on this case?
Yes,
Were there
He's
any other
Puddletown
backup
for a
officers
reason.
that were?
I believe so.
Sir, on that date, August the 28th of 2019, did you come in contact with Sarah Boone?
Yes.
Sir, on that date, did you observe any injuries on Sarah Boone?
I observed redness on the left side of her neck and what to be an old injury to her right eye.
Sir, on August 28th of 2019, did you come in contact with Jorge Torres?
Yes.
And did you notice any injuries on Mr. Torres?
Yes, he had some redness on it by his left eye.
Jeez. That's probably because.
Sir, on that day, was Mr. Torres placed under arrest?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Yes. Is it fair to say that Mr. Torres had quite a few marks on him?
From my report, I remember marking my redness on his left eye.
And did you have your body worn camera activated when you responded to this call?
I believe so.
And so that would be the best evidence of both video and audio as to what occurred while you were on scene.
It would, especially since this happened 4 years or 5 years ago now.
And did Mr. Torres refuse to say what happened that day?
He did.
Based on the conclusion of your investigation, which involved talking to Ms. Boone and attempting to talk to Mr. Torres, as well as your visual observations of both them in the scene, is that how you all reach your conclusions?
Yes.
Other questions?
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be
Same
released?
question.
Mr. J?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, that was quick. You're in, you're out. Defense, you suck.
Defense, you can call your next witness.
Yeah, defense, why are you calling these people up? Just to witness that she had damage done to her? Your daughter rescued 2 tiny fur babies last night. Oh, nice. Some douche canoe dumped in a factory parking lot. Man, what a dumbass. What day is this covering? This is currently today. So day 4. Day 4, or if you want to put it bluntly, it's like day 7 of the trial, but day 4 of the trial without the motions. So that's where we're at. Yeah, we're good today. Good to see you, Scranton Strangler. No defense, so just BS to fill time. You have to make it look like they're effective somehow. All right, let's get past all this. I did do some editing a little bit later on to get rid of a lot of the shenanigans that they have. And no,
I'm sorry, full name and spell it.
now what I don't understand is why they're calling her back up. Why couldn't they ask the questions? Sweet, Volstorm, that'll be awesome. I'm looking forward to it. So I don't understand why they didn't ask all the questions in the first place that they were going to ask her as a witness. But you know, like I said, they make no sense.
For us.
But we
It's Chelsea Koepsell, CHELSEY. Last name is KOEPSELL.
Thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
hello, nurse.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
In relation to this case, on February the 26th of 2020, did you have the occasion to interview Abraham Marino?
Yes, it is.
Was that interview recorded, ma'am?
Yes, it was.
You remember as part of that interview that Mr. Marino
Oh, there'll be more.
tell you that he had contact with Sarah Boone on February the 24th of 2020?
Are you asking the night of the incident when police were called out?
Yes, the next morning
The day that we were called.
that you were called out.
Okay.
The 24th.
So yes, he did have contact with her, but it wasn't in the morning. It was while we were there.
While you were there.
Yes.
What time did you get there? That's probably the story.
I got there around 14:20 hours, which would be 2:20 in the afternoon.
So the afternoon on the 24th.
No, it was later. I recall, I believe I was doing paperwork in my vehicle. So it would have been at some point during the investigation, but it wasn't, I didn't notice him until, I'm not sure if I noticed him until before or after Sarah was interviewed.
But to his interview part, the interview, did he tell you in the interview that he had contact with Miss Boone on that day?
Yes, he did.
Did he tell you at that time that Miss Boone had made a statement to him?
Yes, he did.
Do you remember what that statement was?
I don't wish to quote what he stated. So I don't know the exact verbiage, but he basically replayed what, I'm not sure if he replayed what exactly occurred that day, but I do know he mentioned something about, she mentioned being dragged down the stairs a couple days prior.
Did he say to you during that interview that Sarah Boone told us that a couple of days ago they had gotten into a fight where he grabbed her by her hair and dragged her down the steps?
I would assume that he's reading my report, and that does sound similar to what my report should say.
So this statement was given on the 27th of February. I'm sorry, the 26th of February. Would you
Yes.
agree with that?
Yes, I will.
Okay. The contact and the statement that Ms. Boone made to Mr. Moreno was on the 24th of February. Is that correct?
Repeat the question. I'm sorry.
When Mr. Moreno is saying that Ms. Boone came up to him and made this statement that we just talked about,
Yes,
that was on February the 24th. Is that correct?
that is correct.
So when she said a couple of days ago, that would have brought it back to February the 22nd. Is that correct?
Potentially, yes.
Yeah, I like her too, Tammy. She's actually a really good witness. So,
Ma'am, during that interview with you, did Mr. Moreno ever indicate to you that when he had contact with Ms. Boone on the 24th, that Sarah Boone told him what happened was an accident?
what?
And did he say that Sarah Boone stated that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep?
I don't recall the entirety of that being accurate. Yeah, I don't recall the entirety of what he just said being accurate.
Do you remember him saying that at all?
He did say that she had, I believe he said on the recording, passed out. So that's why, like, part of the statements might be accurate, but
But the whole thing, I don't know.
Well, would it refresh your memory if you were to see the recorded statement?
his recorded statement,
Yes.
the transcription?
Yes.
Sure, yeah.
Sure.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Yeah, she doesn't take crap from either of them,
Okay.
defense or prosecution. She seems
Okay.
pretty solid.
I don't recall all the statements that you asked or the way you asked it, but
Awesome.
Would it help if I repeat it?
sure, yeah.
Okay.
You asked, like, you said multiple statements. So
Yes, ma'am.
this was a like 11-minute interview.
The statement would be that Sarah Boone stated to Mr. Moreno
Mhm.
that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep. And I'm wanting to know if
Did you say, okay, I thought I heard you say passed out the first time. I'm not sure if you said passed out or fell asleep.
fell asleep.
Fell asleep. Okay.
And what I'm asking is there any indication that he told you that statement on the date of that interview on the 26th?
What kind of question is this? She was out. She was asleep. Doesn't matter whether she was passed out or asleep. She was
Sorry, I'm trying
not
to
aware of her
remember where we
surroundings.
talked about that.
Yes, ma'am. Take your time.
May I approach the witness? I just want to smell her hair.
Okay. So, like I had stated, there were certain things that I thought was accurate from
There
your
you
statement. He stated, I don't really, do I just read exactly what it says? Do you need like the number next to it or anything?
Yes, I have no problem with you reading what he said.
Okay. Then she,
Approach.
Oh boy. First objection.
Ma'am, you cannot read the statement at this time.
okay.
Thank you. You may continue, Mr. Henderson.
He described,
Hang on.
No.
Just wait for a
oh,
question.
so
Okay?
sorry.
It's okay.
Yes, sorry.
Ma'am, if anywhere in that interview, do you see reference to this statement that Sarah stated that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand
Hey,
and that she
how's
fell
it going,
asleep?
Rapper?
No to the two parts, the first two parts of your question. I heard passed out the first time you asked me this question, and that's why I said that part of it was accurate because he did say that she passed out in his statement. That was what Sarah told him.
Okay, did she say she was teaching him a lesson? Is that in there?
No,
And things got out of hand. Is that in there?
no, I don't recall that.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
And again, ma'am, this interview was on February the 26th of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No other questions, Your Honor?
All right, thank you. Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Sucks having bad weeks.
Defense? Call the next witness.
I believe Dr. Brandon is here.
All right.
Making sure.
God, people are just cannot get your shit together. Yeah, just bend over right in front of me like that. I see how you are, girl. What are they doing? Got their head out their ass yet? Oh yeah, I gotta get this guy.
E-R-A-N-N-O-N. Thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
Dr. Brandon, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, doctor.
Miami to Orlando.
Yes,
Am I
it
correct? Okay.
was a good drive.
Would you please describe for the jury your background, training, and experience, both in forensic psychology as well as battered women syndrome?
Sure.
was
So
born a
I'm
poor
a psychologist,
black man.
licensed in the state of Florida. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology. That's from a university called Nova University. I also have a master's degree in psychology. I received that in 1980, also in
Nice.
psychology. And I received my doctoral degree in psychology after a year
bet they do
internship
some more.
where I worked with severely mentally ill individuals in Hialeah, Florida. In 1988, I finished my degree requirements for my doctorate in psychology. And in 1990, I was licensed as a
I doubt
psychologist. I've been operating as a psychologist since then, since 1990. Originally, I started off doing the work that most people kind of think about when they think about psychologists, doing therapy, counseling with people, helping them through with their problems, things like that. In 1994, I began on a career almost quite accidentally as a forensic psychologist. And I testified in my first case in front of a jury. And from that time on, I've been doing mostly forensic psychology. My practice very quickly changed from that time on. I'm currently the co-director of the Institute for Behavioral Sciences and the Law. And anywhere between 80 and 90% of all my work now is related to some legal or court-related matter in the ways in which mental health interfaces or impacts or helps to give opinions about various legal issues. I've taught rather extensively in the area of forensic psychology. I teach to mostly legal audiences, but oftentimes too, I speak to groups of psychology students wanting to sit up here and do what I'm doing as well. I make long drives and then come up here and talk to people about cases. I also currently on the staff, the adjunct faculty staff for the School of Psychiatry at Florida Atlantic University. I help to train their forensic psychiatrists, so not just psychologists, but psychiatrists in terms of doing this work as a psychologist or as a psychiatrist, a mental health professional who gives opinions in the courtroom.
And are you also required to
Son of a
update your
coal miner.
educational background and knowledge as a forensic psychologist?
Yes, sir. So sure. So every 2 years, we're required to get 40 continuing education credits to maintain our
That's
license. And part of that is we have to, on a regular basis, update our work in domestic violence or battered women syndrome. So we have to take those courses.
So
We're all
do you
required
batter
to be
women on a
forensic
regular
psychologists not to
basis? Is
take
that how you
that
keep it
course.
updated?
So as part of our requirements, we also have to take separate coursework in regards to domestic violence as a general term or intimate partner violence. But along with that comes discussion as well with battered spouse or what's oftentimes called battered person syndrome now.
And I apologize. I'm kind of bouncing around here, Doctor. I apologize again. For the uninitiated, just exactly what do you mean by forensic psychology?
So forensic psychology is a division of psychology. Most people don't think about that as often when they think about psychologists. But forensic psychologists are individuals who have degrees in psychology who are working to help to answer questions that come up in the legal system. It could be in criminal cases like we're here for today, answering various criminal questions, giving opinions about those questions. Or it could be in other settings like family settings, divorce proceedings, or sometimes civil settings like personal injury. Someone's claiming some emotional damage or something has happened to them. So forensic psychology is really the way that we use the science of psychology to help give opinions about various legal matters.
Now, what is the DSM or the DSM-5?
So the DSM it stands for Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's kind of our code book, if you will, to help us to know what the different symptoms are for different mental
Something
health
like
disorders, whether it's major depression or schizophrenia or anxiety. So it gives us a code book of here's the criteria you have to meet in order to have that diagnosis.
I agree.
In your experience, you testified as an expert.
Okay.
Have you been asked to give your opinion as a legal expert on battered spouse syndrome?
Yes, sir.
How frequently have you been asked to do that?
I've been involved in if they
So
need something bad
he
will
keeps
happen.
talking.
So it's a cognitive or thinking strategy on the part of the person being abused
Okay.
in order for this to be underway. Without abuse, there's no battered wife syndrome. But that's not enough.
Does
All right.
the experience that they have suffered result in
I'm sorry if I'm skipping over this because I really don't care to know about battered wife syndrome. If a woman's being abused, it's a bad, horrible thing. But I just don't want to listen to this guy ramble on about his experience.
on occasion they're experiencing or they're anticipating or assuming or
Compares his
imagining a
wife.
threat that others may not?
Yes, sir. Yes.
That's what I'm thinking.
Objection is sustained.
Doctor, from what you described this morning, I think we're talking about a complex and sophisticated process for assessing and diagnosing PTSD, battered women, the matters that you described. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And
PTSD and
in
battered
this
women.
instance, the particular matter regarding the state versus Sarah Boone, were you?
You know, I find, and I'll just say this, you know, out from the gate here, I think it's very insulting to veterans that are suffering PTSD for someone to start complaining about PTSD, because now it's just become this broad spectrum of PTSD. I hate that term. I don't think our soldiers should be called. They should be calling it PTSD. It should be called that they are shell shocked. They're broken. They're hurt. Whatever it is, but this PTSD bullshit because she's an abusive. Sorry.
You approached about the possibility of doing an assessment as to Sarah Boone?
Approach.
He needs a brain
Objection
dead on
sustained.
his nose. Yep, another objection. There's lots of them throughout this part of this testimony. I expected he was going to reach down and grab Owens' ass right there. Just grab it. Just fondle it.
Doctor, when you are retained to do an evaluation in these matters, what is your practice in regards to the assessment proceedings, the assessment efforts?
Damn, that sucks.
Well, I'd first want to know what type of an assessment that it is, because there's different methods of approach that you'd use to analyze and be able to give an opinion on whatever question's being asked of you. So the very first goal for me as a forensic psychologist is to isolate what the question is. So what are they asking me to do?
See, Rapper
Because I
has
wanna
a
know,
Calvin
A,
Hobbes
can I do that?
also.
Am I qualified to do that, or should I refer that to
Gotta
somebody
love
else?
the Wizinator.
Or B, is that something I'm going to have enough time to do and enough resources to do? And the next thing I would do is start asking questions about specifically what do you already have or what can you get to help me answer this question. So right away, I'd start to find out what's available. As forensic psychologists, we're supposed to do comprehensive evaluations of whatever the legal issue or question is. And it's supposed to rely on multiple sources of information. So depending again upon the question, I'm trying to then define early on what are those multiple pieces of information I'm going to need to help to.
Well, no, how about this, Windbag? How about this? You're given all of the information so that way you can make a correct assessment. Because if you're only given partial information, you're never going to make the correct assessment. And that means that your assessment is going to be incorrect. I mean, it's pretty interesting how you have a lot of these experts come in and they're just like, oh, yes, I need all the information. Once I have all the information, I can make the assessment. And so I sit down and I listen to what Sarah had to say and I see all of her information. Well, what about the information that might be outside of that, where you have people that are saying Sarah, whenever she's like on a one-on-one outside of this, she can become very aggressive. Give her a couple of drinks, she attacks somebody. But see, these experts are not given all this information. They're only seeing a little portion of it, only seeing a small portion of it.
Try to give an opinion, an educated opinion about that matter.
Have you done an assessment in this particular case?
No, sir.
That's just a Burlington Coat
Can you
Factory jacket.
tell us very briefly what that was your decision? Objection, how it is? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Let's move on.
Yep.
Objection sustained.
In your experience, doctor,
Thank you very much.
can battered women syndrome rear its ugly head? For instance, when there are threats to other members of the family, two-legged or four?
So yes, that's very common, that it's not just the person. It increases the terror from someone who's doing the abuse to mention other family members that they might also suffer abuse. So whether it's emotional or physical, those type of things are very common. Not always, but it's very common in the course of domestic violence cases or intimate partner violence cases.
Seems like a nice win back. Yeah, he seems pretty nice.
And that fear that's developed by the
Yes.
abused individual may exist contemporaneously with other issues, alcoholism, schizophrenia, and the like. Is that correct?
Yes, so they can all be combined together. And certainly that increases if there's other family members that are threatened or live in the same home or close by. That can increase the terror. The purpose of that is to increase control, to make sure the abuser has more control over the person who's being abused.
1 second, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And I'm letting a lot of this play so I can upload the next one. 2, 4. That's
In doing an assessment, doctor, do you look at outside materials?
Yes, sir, always.
And what kind of outside
20.
materials do you necessarily review in order to make this
That is.
assessment?
Specifically to battered women syndrome.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So specific to this, you'd want to look at a lot of different sources of information because you're trying to, make a diagnosis if there's a trauma-related disorder, but you're also trying to figure out if there's the other elements necessary to make the diagnosis as well, like abuse that's been chronic over a period of time, and that the person feels they can't leave that situation, and if other people have threatened. So you'd want to know things like not only what the facts are of a particular incident, usually some crime that's been committed, but you'd want to know the history of those behaviors. Has anyone else seen those? Are there people you can talk to? Friends, neighbors, bosses, anybody who's seen or heard of this abuse
Well,
before?
at least
Have there been
he's
medical
saying the same
visits?
thing I
The
did.
person's actually been damaged and shown up, made some other excuse, they slipped or fell or whatever it might be. You'd want to do psychological testing as a forensic psychologist, because we have very good tests that help us to determine whether someone's suffering from a trauma-based disorder or not. You'd want to know if the person who'd been accused of the crime for this type of evaluation made any statements to the police. If they did, you'd want to hear that statement. Or has there been a 911 call or calls? If that's happened, you'd want to hear that too. So any evidence you could collect, and these are some of those questions I was talking to you about before, you'd want to ask the person who's trying to hire you in the beginning, well, tell me what you have, because you'd want to see whether or not you're going to be able to make this analysis or not. So it's not good enough just to talk to the person, because that's just one form of information. It's almost like being a behavioral detective, if you will, as a forensic psychologist, because we're trying to get as much evidence wrapping around our interview with the person as possible to be able to guide our questions, but inform us and see whether there's what we call convergent validity. It's a fancy way of saying, does everything agree with each other? Does everything connect in a way that it all sort of makes sense? Or are these strange conflicting pieces of evidence that we need to explain away, or it just doesn't fit the criteria? So it's a rather comprehensive and complex evaluation has to be conducted to come up with this. And the final piece I'd say about it is that because oftentimes the abused person is defending still the person that they've oftentimes committed a crime against, it takes a bit of time to.
Yeah, I saw that also. Looks like someone struck Megan, but it's only temporary. This is what happens, and so all you guys that are wondering about what's going on with Megan, I'll explain really quick here. Okay, Megan will be just fine. Okay, it sucks and it's BS, but this is the game. This is the game that YouTubers play. Okay, like YouTubers that are struggling. Okay. And this will help you make your decisions in the future. Okay. So the game that they do, whenever a YouTuber is struggling really bad, when they have no content, when they suck so horribly, what they will do is they will strike somebody, okay, in the hopes that that person calls them out and says something about them. So that way all of you guys go and see what they're saying, because their views are dropping. Those particular YouTubers that struck her, their views are dropping. And what happens is you get suckered into it. You go over there to see what they're talking about. Well, what are they saying? What are they saying? And so they can get some views on their content because their content sucks. Because they have nothing to talk about. Because they're flailing like little weak creatures. And so what happens is you guys go over there and you give them views. Now, in Megan's case, she's not doing that. She has plenty of content. She literally could shut down her entire YouTube channel, open up another one tomorrow on a different entire topic, and be able to bring people in because she's got brains, intelligence, and something to talk about. And she's got a way of covering that makes everybody interested. This other little group of people, ignore them. Because as they do this, it's just so you, the viewer, goes over and watches them to see what everyone's talking about. Don't be suckered into it. Don't give them the views. Don't give them the clicks. Don't give them the dislikes. Even the dislikes show up and help their YouTube algorithm. Don't give them anything. It is very immature, Roxanne. It's very high school. It's a bunch of little kids. They're new to the YouTube thing. They're still figuring out how to actually make content. Don't give them anything. Too busy following this case to get involved with that stuff. Well, that's why I'm saying, don't worry, Megan will be just fine. This is to get you guys to go over and view that little nonsensical group of people that have nothing better and no content to put out. They have nothing of interest or value to offer. They just want your views. So do with it as you will. If you want to give them the views, go for it. If not, then hang out and enjoy the shit show. Love you guys. Megan's good. She'll be good. Yeah. Yep. Sounds very mature. I try to be. I don't know if I'm like awesome, but I have a good time doing it. So we just enjoy making content. Make good content. People come back and they hang out and they enjoy it. And if they don't, then they let you know.
Get to where you need to go. With all victims of trauma, whether you're talking about situations where you're doing therapy or you're doing an analysis in this type of setting, a criminal setting, it usually takes some time to break through that and get them to trust you to talk about the trauma, but to stop defending the person and talk about the abuse and how they felt about the abuse. Your goal, if you will, is to be able to see what's happening in that situation through the abused person's eyes. If you look at it through your eyes, often it doesn't seem to make sense. But if you look at it through their eyes, if it meets the criteria for a battered spouse, then you can better understand their world and what they're dealing with.
Yeah, they're crazy.
Some of the things that you are evaluating when you examine, particularly the individual themselves, you're looking for anxiety and or fear.
Yes.
Low self-esteem.
Yes.
Are you looking for depression?
Yes.
Are you looking for any form of social or interpersonal withdrawal?
Withdrawal, especially if it's forced withdrawal, controlled withdrawal, if there's consequences to socializing with my family, my friends, calling them on the phone, texting them. So especially in that context.
Stockholm syndrome.
Sure, that can be part of it.
And what is Stockholm syndrome?
I like
so it's really adapting to someone who's captive or taking over a person, controlling their life, sort of adapting to that situation. Famous model of that would be many decades ago, a woman called Patty Hearst, who was kidnapped. But it's taking on the beliefs and taking on an acceptance, if you will, of a kind of a captive situation. And in these situations with women who have been abused.
Okay.
Morning, doctor.
Enough of his yammering.
Good to see you again.
So there's a subjective component to trauma, is what I understand you're saying, correct?
Always. Yes, sir.
And so hypothetically, a couple could be in a 3.5-year relationship with physical violence, emotional violence, even sexual vielse.
There was a reading going
either
on.
or both of those partners may or may not.
Yeah, Sundays is our spicy ones. This Sunday is going to be even better. We're going to be doing the what is it? The Legend of Sleepy Hollow for Halloween. So come by this Sunday You're going to be in for a treat. It's going to be read like you've never heard it before.
I believe that is a traumatic experience for him or herself, correct?
Yes, sir. People mistake the stimulus about what happens as the trauma, but the trauma is really the reaction to it. So bad things that happen, people don't always react in the same way to them. So yes, sir, that's correct.
So for instance, a homicide detective or a homicide prosecutor may go out to a scene and see a freshly dead body and
Oh, a freshly dead body? There's never freshly dead bodies there. Never. We don't like freshly dead bodies. Got to keep away from them. And if you're going to have a freshly dead body, you might as well make it rock and roll like crazy. There's the man.
So much better.
Did you get some? Did you
I
get
had to
some
go
sleep?
get my dinner, man.
Oh, okay. Well, did you get some sleep last night or this morning?
Oh, God, this morning was so rough.
Yes, it was. Oh, I was feeling it. I'm like, man, I should have not done that.
I'm like, I didn't even drink last night, and I feel hungover.
Oh,
God help me.
I woke up late. Stream was already like, everybody's in there waiting. And I'm just like, son of a bitch. I'm sorry, everybody. But yeah, I overslept like crazy. It felt good, though. I needed that extra hour that.
Yeah, because like my alarm went off at the normal time it does. And I'd even turned you on, but I was like, screw this. I'm going back to sleep.
Well, don't worry. I'm not going that late tonight. I've got this broken up in sections. No. If I need to cover any more, I'll cover it tomorrow. And I'm skipping over a lot of this shit because this guy is a fucking windbag.
He is. He talks a lot. Just make sure you get the gratuitous boob shot.
There's been plenty of them. I don't know where it's at in here,
the
but
one today. Baker pulled it up. Oh my Lord. She just walked right in front of the camera.
Oh, I grabbed that one too. That one's early on. It's way back here somewhere. But yeah, I grabbed that gratuitous boob shot and it was glorious. She stopped right in front of the right in front of the camera. Just like boom. I was like, ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Puddletown had to finish himself off. Yeah.
Gotta do what you gotta do, brother.
Puddletown screenshotted it. He was just like, I will send it to you. I will send it to you. Here you go. Let's open this thing up here. Where is it? Yeah. Yeah. I paused it for him and he was just like, there it is. There it is. Open the browser. Yeah. He was like, there it is. Right there.
Yep. Except it was full front.
Oh yeah.
The one I saw was full front.
And she was standing back further too and just sort of leaned over. I was like,
like, dear Lord. But
hello.
Look, you're supposed to dress a certain professional courtesy in the way you dress in the courtroom. Honey, you need wear something a little higher up. Little higher up for the courtroom.
Just and I will say that it's the reason that you do that is because you don't need to have people focusing on your assets, and they need to be focusing on what the content of the case that you're trying to present. Yep. Unfortunately, Sarah has no case, so her assets are well appreciated.
Their perception of that environmental stimulus may be very different from somebody who works at Dunkin' Donuts.
Are we starting at regular time on Sunday?
What?
For 8:00? Sound good?
Why wouldn't
Sunday? Legend of Sleepy Hollow? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we're starting at regular time. Bring your Halloween costumes and a bottle of whatever your favorite drink is.
I assume it always starts on time unless I'm told different.
it should be starting on time. I don't see why not. Sunday's a fun day, a good day, and like I told everybody here, it's just like Sunday. If you thought you were going to get the Legend of Sleepy Hollow, you've never heard it like we tell it. Just saying.
And just gives us muffins in the morning coming across a dead body. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. That homicide detective may be able to go eat lunch right after it. And the other person who works at the donut restaurant may not be able to eat for a couple of days as a result. So yes, perception is a big part of how trauma occurs.
You think?
And I understand your answers today. And I'm not saying that they were different the other day. But I understand you to say that it's very important to do a comprehensive evaluation to get the full picture of what is going on in the perceived battered spouse mind, correct?
Yes.
Well, I will be doing a Sunday morning.
The objection is overruled.
So we've been talking about the importance of doing a comprehensive evaluation with as many collateral sources as one could possibly have when making an assessment about the battered spouse syndrome, correct?
Yes, sir. Relevant piece of information. Yes, sir.
And would you agree
relevant.
that obviously the person who
Why start now?
is accused of committing a crime, there are credibility issues that you do need to care for when relying upon that person's history provided about the events leading to that and the past events describing the relationship with the intimate partner.
Yes, sir. Every forensic evaluation, that's the case.
Is this particularly important if there's a comorbidity with an alcohol abuse disorder?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what alcohol abuse disorder means in the DSM-5 TR?
Sure. It's the biggest part of it is it's not just the use of alcohol, it's impairment that happens as a result. So it's the excessive use of alcohol, but that could mean something different, just like the excessive use of marijuana might mean. But it's the use of alcohol to the degree that it impairs or affects a person's life. And with that may come a lot of other things like deceitfulness or aggression or unreliability, sleep or somatic problems, difficulties. So, but the important thing to remember there is that it's the use of a substance that impairs or affects a person's life.
Yes.
And if there is alcohol involved in the histories being given about either the event in question or any preceding events, must the evaluator take that into account when evaluating the memories and perceptions of the person giving them that history?
Yes. So introducing that new topic about memory, we know that substances can interfere and impair memory. So as a result of that, you want to know what they were using, how close it was. If you're talking about a particular event, like a crime, you want to know if there was substance usage. And if so, what the person's memory functioning was. And does that match up with other sources of information about what those events were?
Are you familiar with the narcissistic personality disorder?
Yes, sir, of course.
Is that something recognized in the DSM-5 TR?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us whether or not a person who is giving a history, whether it's the patient/client or whatnot, has traits, perhaps not a diagnosis, but even just traits of the narcissistic personality disorder? Is that something the evaluator should account for in evaluating the credibility of the history given?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, because all forms of disorders or conditions or just traits may lead to inaccurate information, either not purposely or purposely. They may be deceptive. So certain personality disorders or traits can lead to deception or inappropriate.
Purposely or not purposefully. That is the most redundant bullshit you're saying. That's just like saying I'm gonna put $1 on every color on the roulette wheel.
Every time they have one of these experts on, I don't care which side it's for, with the exception of Dr. Mommy Muffins, they're all boring.
Yes, Mommy Muffins was awesome because she just laid out the facts as they were and how they pertain to this. But he's not even doing that. He's just like,
Oh, she did? I had her on mute.
Oh, there we go. He's, wait a second. This time for a drawing. I've got to do it. I got to do it, man. I can't help it. I gotta find the correct color here. It's got to be just the right kind of fleshiness here, just let's see.
Oh dear Lord. There. I know where you're going with those. Yep, that's exactly what I thought it was.
Yep, we got the right amount of fleshiness going on here. Let's see. Well,
he's playing saxophone. He's playing saxophone.
I'm going to get him playing saxophone here. So you got to get it there, and then you got to have it here, and something like that, and then he's got it here, and here, and then of course you got to get the whole bone there, and then you got to get like just enough of it right there, and it's got you got to have a place for him to blow. Gotta have a place for him to blow.
Well,
Now we just got to fill it in properly. Just give it some girth. That's what I'm thinking. Give it just a little bit of girth right there, just like this.
well, unlike Jorge, he needs a little room to breathe.
Yeah, he's got to have a little room to breathe. Just a little room to breathe. Let's see if we can get this just right for him here. Let's see. Oh yeah. Yep. And then we gotta get the whole thing there, and you, man, I erased his oops, damn it. His happy, oops, I messed up. Damn it. How come I keep doing that? Why are you letting me screw it up like that? Jeez,
Keep
Louise,
going.
All right. Let me try it again here. We almost got it. Yep. It's filling in here. Filling in nicely. Yep. Oh, meaty sax. He's got a meaty saxophone.
Meaty.
He needs meaty saxophone. Meaty saxophone.
Skin flute.
Skin flute. He is a talent with the skin flute. Let's see. Gotta get it just right here, and then gotta get that, and then here we go. And the little shot to the eye, I think would be ideal, don't you think?
Well, of course.
Just a little shot to the eye.
Yeah.
And then of course, you get, I'm missing up the colors, man. I gotta get the colors right here. You gotta just have a little bit of color to it. Yeah. These are the blowholes right here. And then you gotta just sort of give it a little bit of a color here. That helps out the color. The color of the tune, and then you just sort of have to end up with sorry. Oh, oops. Well, skin flute exploded on him.
Hey, when you're excited about your work, sometimes it's messy.
Sometimes it is messy. What can I say? I mean, it is so bad. Oops. Let me undo that.
Veruca, I discovered your channel 3 minutes ago. Perfect timing.
Perfect timing. I love it that people get what I'm doing here. It's amazing to me. But I'm thinking, yep, that's a screenshot right there. If it was, never saw one. I never saw. Yep, gotta have that one. But the look on his face, even without it, the look on his face is pretty damn glorious. Don't you agree?
Oh yeah.
I mean, come on. Yeah, that's pretty glorious. Yep, I have a way of pausing it at the most inopportune times. Don't I not? All right, there we go. Save. Okay.
Sort of make up for the abuse. And it's it's called the cycle of violence. And the reason why is it tends to repeat itself in a lot of these situations of battered spouse syndrome, where you see this repeating itself over and over and over again. So people are kind of stuck in these revolving doors in their relationship.
And can one cycle be enough to traumatize a person?
Yes.
One cycle.
Does this trauma necessarily have to be coming from a man to a woman?
No.
And in fact, as times have changed, language has changed. And so when we keep referring to it as battered woman syndrome in the courtroom today, what we're actually talking about now is battered spouse syndrome or even intimate partner violence.
Yes, I mean, interpartner violence can happen outside of legal settings, but it's really kind of the large over grouping, if you will, to be able to talk about all these other things that can happen as a result, like trauma-based disorders and battered spouse syndrome. And you're right. The later research has kind of pulled us away from thinking this only happens to women in heterosexual relationships. We know now there's all sorts of derivations, and that men can suffer also from battered spouse syndrome, battered person syndrome, homosexual couples. So we know it goes around to everybody, but still, women are more often diagnosed with battered spouse syndrome.
You'd be surprised as to the statistics for which relationship has the most abuse.
Yes, and believe it or not, you would think that it's between men and women, or
has
men
nothing
and
to
men.
do with men. Has nothing to do with men.
The most aggressive, the most battered, the most abusive are women.
Yep.
Because if you look at men and women, it's not always, but generally the woman that is the aggressor. And then if you go into the lesbians, it is generally women. They're the most aggressive.
And you know who are the least? Gay
men.
Gay men are the least likely.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe because that
What's that tell you,
constant
folks?
threat is send my kids sympathy cars because I'm dead. Sorry, Nanny. Flavor could probably invest my corner. Enjoy the shizzy. That was a generous one. Well, he is lonely. You know, this is the look afterwards that he gives you. Just like, see what I got? Well, we need to wipe the sweat from my brow.
Yeah. Does the trauma have to come in the form of physical violence?
No, sir.
Does it have to come in the form of sexual violence?
No, sir.
Can it come in the form of emotional and mental violence?
Yes, sir.
And would examples of that include such as running the partner down and telling them that they're no good and, you know, just general insulting and lowering their value?
On his neck.
It could. Remember, that's a stimulus, so it would depend on how the person who's receiving that responds to it as to whether that's traumatic. But yes, sir, that'd be the first red flag you'd want to investigate.
And you mentioned isolation before. So if somebody in a hypothetical intimate partner setting is trying to isolate the partner from his or her family members or friends or coworkers, can that be, and I'm not saying necessarily, can that be indications of intimate partner violence that could lead to battered spouse?
So sure, that'd be an example of coercive control. So if a person was doing that, that's consistent with that classification of battered person syndrome. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And hypothetically, controlling another person, the intimate partner's personal property or effects, such as a birth certificate or identification papers, can that be indication of emotional trauma towards the partner
debit card,
who is lacking control over those identification papers?
So that's a stimulus that could result in the person who subjectively perceives it in some trauma. So yes, all of the things that you mentioned could be stimulus, if you will, that a person could perceive as traumatic.
And hypothetically, if one partner
Get their
A
ass
gives
handed
partner
to
B a gift, such as a bicycle, but partner A continues to maintain that the bicycle is his or hers,
she's doing the
because he or
grooming.
she bought it, even though it's a gift to B,
Somebody does
can
when
that
they're
be
nervous.
A form of emotional abuse towards B.
Yep.
Sure, it sounds like control, but I guess you can interpret it as emotional abuse too. But it sounds more like a control mechanism that'd be consistent.
I'm not suggesting that it's legally or morally okay.
How he just destroyed the defense. Like their own witness just destroyed her.
Yeah.
And
here's the thing. And I kept getting confused on it all day. This guy that's on the stand right now, is he there as a rebuttal witness for the state, or is he a witness for the defense?
He's a witness for the defense. He is a
God.
witness for the defense, but he is giving his expert opinion.
I was so confused because I'm half listening to it while I'm in the car having to go to appointments. And I was like, okay, is this guy for the state or is he for the defense?
He is for the defense. See, this is the problem. The problem is the defense thinks that this guy is going to be helping her out. And this is the thing. The state's request for in-camera hearings regarding financial arrangements between defendant and defense team. In-camera hearings. Okay.
For in-camera hearing regarding.
I guess she must be talking to somebody else because I don't know what's going on. Here's
Tammy said, can you rewind it just a little bit so she can hear it again, please?
Okay, so and I'll point it out so you can sort of understand real quick. What he's asking is about this battered spouse and how people use shit against other people to control them, such as a debit card or bicycle or automobile. Like, I have the automobile, so you have to, you sort of got to suck my dick if you want to get to where you want to go, because they hold that kind of shit over him. So that's right. Basically what his testimony is. And Sarah is the one that's holding all this shit over George. Like, I have the money. It's my debit card. It's my keys. It's my car. It's my apartment. It's my place, and holding it over his head.
Here was my thing with it. Listening to him and listening to the witness that comes after this, right?
Yeah.
They fully describe her.
Yes.
But here's the thing, and you and I have seen enough trials to know this. When it comes to a jury, you have to walk them to it. You can't just leave the information hanging out there and assume the jury is smart enough to get what you're getting at.
Nope.
You have to walk them to it.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
Oh, yeah.
Over and over and over again. So people are kind of stuck in these revolving doors in their relationship.
And can one cycle be enough to traumatize a person?
Yes.
Does this trauma necessarily have to be coming from a man to a woman?
No.
All right.
Does the trauma have to come in the form of physical violence?
No, sir.
Does it have to come in the form of sexual violence?
No, sir.
Can it come in the form of emotional or mental violence?
Yes, sir.
And would examples of that include such as running the partner down and telling them that they're no good and, just general insulting and lowering their value?
It could. Remember, that's a stimulus, so it would depend on how the person who's receiving that responds to it as to whether or not it becomes traumatic. But yes, sir, that'd be the first red flag you'd want to investigate.
And you mentioned isolation before. So if somebody in a hypothetical intimate partner setting is trying to isolate the partner from his or her family members or friends or coworkers, can that be, and I'm not saying necessarily, can that be indications of intimate partner violence that could lead to battered spouse?
So sure, that'd be an example of coercive control. So if a person was doing that, that's consistent with that classification of battered person syndrome. Yes.
And hypothetically, controlling another person, the intimate partner's personal property or effects, such as a birth certificate or identification papers, can that be indication of emotional trauma towards the partner who is lacking the control over those identification papers?
So that's a stimulus that could result, depending on the person who subjectively perceives it, in some trauma.
Wash your hands.
So yes, all of the things that you mentioned could be stimulus, if you will, that a person could perceive as traumatic.
And hypothetically, if one partner A gives partner B a gift, such as a bicycle, but partner A continues to maintain that the bicycle is his or hers because he or she bought it, even though it was a gift to B, can that be a form of emotional abuse towards B?
Sure, it sounds like control, but I guess you can interpret it as emotional abuse too. But it sounds more like a control mechanism that'd be consistent.
Yep.
And this is what she was doing to him.
Yeah. She controlled.
I'm sorry to
everything.
hear that, Sharon. That's awful. Passed from epileptic seizure.
Oh my goodness, that's awful.
Oh, yeah. Sorry to hear that. Sorry for your loss.
But yeah, she was controlling everything. She was controlling the money. She was the only one that had a debit card. She was the only one that had a car.
She was the
only one that had a phone. She was the only one that had an apartment. Yeah. You're telling me this guy couldn't have got this stuff on his own if he wanted to? No. She controlled everything.
Uh-huh. And then made sure that he was well liquored up.
Oh, yeah.
Knowing that he has a problem.
Yeah. Well, it's how she treated him like a child. Well, when he's drunk, I have to take his mind off of it. So we have to do puzzles and games and stuff.
Well, whenever he's unhappy because he can't find a job, I have to take his mind off of it.
Well, for crying out loud, at the risk of sounding vulgar, there are better ways of taking your mind off of it.
Yeah, there are.
I'm not suggesting that it's legally or morally okay, but when one intimate partner does these hypothetical emotional things, non-physical violent things to partner B, if partner B has poor personal skills and coping skills and maybe consuming alcohol, is it unreasonable or unfathomable to hear that partner B responded with physical violence to partner B?
Objection, assuming facts not in evidence.
How is that? No, that is a question. He's not asking about any facts or any relevance to it. So that the judge is going to throw that right out because he's just like, and if you listen to the question and you listen to all of a sudden they jump in there, facts not in evidence. What facts? This is your expert. This is your fucking expert. This is your guy that you called up there, and he's giving his professional opinion on this stuff.
He's listing hypothetical situations.
Oh, God damn. This is awesome. I love it.
Consuming alcohol, is it unreasonable or unfathomable to hear that partner B responded with physical violence to partner B?
Objection, assuming facts not in evidence.
Sustained. Yes.
He sustained it.
After hearing argument of counsel, the objection is overruled.
If you remember the question, please go ahead.
So it would increase the probability of physical violence. So if those things, in fact, were perceived as threatening or abusive in any way or insulting to the person who they were directed towards, it would increase the probability of physical violence.
And then again, the perceptions are all in the eye of the beholder, whether emotional things that are said to one another or physical things are done to one another, whether the recipient of that behavior use it as trauma is a subjective decision by that person. Right?
Yes, the perception is the impact. So that's how you would know that. It's just, water off a duck's back, or is it something that kind of sticks with me and I think about it all the time?
Now, you mentioned earlier, anxiety, low self-esteem, and depression can all be components of battered spouse syndrome, correct? Right. Is it important as the evaluator to rule out whether or not these conditions predated the violent or abusive relationship?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, because where things start is important diagnostically. So if all of those things were in place, all of the symptoms that were just mentioned are in place, then you wouldn't attribute those to the abuse. You'd say those things were pre-existing. Now, abuse could make it worse, but in terms of your diagnosis, you'd need to know where things started. So if those symptoms didn't start at the time where there was abuse that was alleged to have occurred, then it's unlikely that it's attributed to that abuse.
And independent of any narcissistic personality disorder traits.
I have a theory. I agree that a lot of these diagnoses do apply to her, but here's why. Talking about her losing her parents and her grandparents at such a young age, and nobody knows what happened with the family history.
Mm-hmm.
I think it all started back then. And it's carried over into different manifestations at this point to where she is so controlling.
And you said this last night. And I was like, I completely agree with you, because I've seen this happen before with other people. Sometimes they're not the same way, and they have a check on themselves.
Yeah.
But whenever, and it's typical in kids, and I've noticed this, it's typical in kids that have had to take over a role in their family.
Yes.
Because like the mother is an alcoholic, or because dad's not around, so they sort of step into the father role, or they step into that mother role of making sure that brother and sister are fed because mom's drunk, passed out on the couch, and dad is no longer around. They end up taking it on themselves. And some of them, as they get older, they get themselves in check. They go and seek therapy because they're just like, I can't get in a good solid relationship, and they can't figure out why. Therapist is like, yeah, because you're a controlling bitch, or you're an egotistical asshole that thinks that, everybody needs to do what they tell them to do. They've stepped into that role as parents. So I completely agree with you, especially whenever you said that. I was like, that's why I'm such a control freak.
In Puddletown, she's not up on murder 1, it's murder 2.
Yeah, it's murder 2. Church of Bear and Nachos. Welcome, Church of Bear and Nachos.
Yes.
I love this.
What's up, Mad Duck?
Oh, that's Bad Duck?
Yeah. Well, it's Mad Duck because something happened to his YouTube account, so he had to change it to Mad Duck. And now we have we declared the Church of Beer and Nachos in Baker's chat today.
I love it. Good to see you, brother.
Reverend Father, there you are. Who is this duck's person you speak of?
Who is this duck person you speak of? He
Yes,
who
Father.
shall not be named. Awesome. Good to see you, man. Good to see you.
Would you agree that anybody in a certain legal setting has a motivation to present themselves in a certain way?
Yes, to do impression management, either depending on the outcome. So if there's punitive sanctions, they may lie to make themselves look worse, or as a result, if they're in other settings, like divorce settings, they may lie to make themselves look better. So there's always some impression management you have to kind of look through in your evaluation.
That's important for an evaluation.
It should be looked at in every evaluation.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any redirect examination?
Just want to, one more time, in response to the state's questioning, you indicated that where an individual's credibility may be in question, there is necessity that the individual who's making the assessment to corroborate whatever they're being told. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. In a number of different ways. We have psychological tests that assess for things called malingering or faking mental health problems or difficulties. So you'd want to do that. You'd want to look at other evidence to see if it's all consistent. So it's very important you don't just rely on self-report.
It's possible that an individual may exhibit one or two attributes of a particular DSM diagnosis, but not actually qualify because it's simply not there.
Right. Sure. So sometimes like social isolation can be because we're introverted, or it could be part of depression. So you need to kind of follow it out and see how many of the symptoms are there to see whether or not it meets the criteria.
So I may exhibit one or two symptoms of narcissism, but next not qualify because I don't meet all of those, or a significant number of the indicators that you would rely upon to make that diagnosis.
Yes, or it can be situationally based, like we may display narcissistic features here in a courtroom, but may not do that in any other part of our life.
Now, in your experience, have you determined, learned, either through your studies, experience, and so on, whether or not the abusive behavior may begin based upon an individual's perception of things occurring to him as a child or her as a child? In other words, if they grow up in an abusive household.
Okay, understand.
Sustained.
You've indicated that there are things that, I think in response to the state's cross-examination, that there are things that may add to or may contribute to a particular psychosis or symptom. Would an individual's background as a child include those type of criteria?
Yes, sir. You're more vulnerable to certain psychological conditions based on your history. So if you've been traumatized before, or bad situations have happened to you before, if you've suffered from depression before, it makes you more vulnerable to those conditions or other conditions later on.
And finally, one question or one
there she is.
Symptom that we haven't discussed, I don't think, or maybe it was discussed by the state, was learned helplessness. What is that?
Learned helplessness, I've really spoken about it a little bit, but now we have the fancy term for it. Learned helplessness was really researched by someone named Seligson, a doctor named Seligson, psychologist, research psychologist. And just real briefly, what it is when someone kind of gives up and feels like there's nothing that they can do to change their situation. It was originally done with laboratory animals, but where a person really feels that no matter what strategy they've taken, like leave, stay, fight, whatever it might be, it won't work. It usually leads to depression or developments of other strategies, like I have to appease or please or make sure I do everything correctly or apologize. So it's really believing that no matter what you do, it won't be effective.
Forever a victim. Yeah, well, and also, yeah, I know, because I found myself in the same damn situation with a bad home life, and that makes a whole lot of sense. Where I was just like, yeah, no, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, kind of situation where you end up just like, fuck it, whatever, at some point you just don't give a shit. Right. And you go down a self-destructive path is what I did. Luckily, I had a wonderful psychologist that brought me beyond that and showed me that there was something else beyond the shit that I was in. Right. I guess is the best way of putting it. And it's like I'm forever thankful for the guy. I wish that he was still alive so I could reach out and thank him, because he helped me out so much at a very young age. So as I grew up, it was just like, yeah, I didn't feel that situation anymore, and I was able to recognize it. And it's just like any time I see somebody that's working with kids, someone like Tug, I'm like absolutely thankful for him for the work that they do. And they may not ever see the results of the work that they're doing, but I will tell you they're very helpful in situations like this, because you never know who you're going to reach. That's the beauty of it.
Yep. And you may think that that the work that you're doing is not doing any good, but those kids remember that down the line. It's still in the back of their brains, and it does kick in eventually.
Oh yeah. Oh God, yes. Like I will tell you that psychologist helped me out so much. Like it's helped me in life further on down the road. Here I am, 34
for all the good it did. Here you are on YouTube.
Here I am on YouTube bitching about it, screwing everybody else. I'm fucking up the future generation. Beautiful.
Yeah, man.
Oh.
Doctor, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for traveling up here from Miami so early in the morning.
Thank you, sir. You can be excused. Thank you, Your Honor.
You got to hear about the choir, the stripper choir.
Where's the jury? It is 10:40 at this time. We're going to go ahead and take that mid-morning break. Similar instruction I've given you over the last couple of days. I'm sure you're tired of hearing it, but I got to keep telling you. Please don't have any conversations among yourselves or anyone else about the persons, places, things, or charge involved in this case, and do not conduct any independent research on those things. We'll see you back here in about 15 minutes at 5.
Oh, she thinks she's winning this. That's the beauty of all this. She thinks that she is winning this shit, and she is not in any way, shape, or form winning. She's losing in the worst possible way.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. When it comes to the state and when it comes to the judge, they want her because, let's face it, we've all heard about all the pretrial crap.
Oh, yeah.
Her going through lawyers, her deciding to be pro se, her picking up lawyers again, the special accommodation she's asked for in the jail, the special accommodation she asked for this trial.
Well, and I will say that's...
Let her believe whatever she wants.
Some of the things that she wanted for this particular trial, as far as being, being dressed in civilian clothes and not being handcuffed or anything like that.
That's normal. That's
normal. And kudos that they actually asked for, because if they didn't ask for it, you don't get it.
Yeah.
So I'm happy that she did get that. What do you get when you cross a Jehovah's Witness with a devil worshiper? Someone who goes door to door and tells people to go to hell.
That's good.
Is me.
That's good. That's good.
That is me to the damn T. Thank you, Bubbletown. Man, I should become a Jehovah's Witness or a devil worshiper.
No, you got to be
one
both.
of the two.
You got to be both.
Oh, damn it.
If you open your book to if you open your book to page 7 and sing with us the vaulted hymn of Red Solo Cup to praise his name and spread joy.
There you go. Love it. Yes, bring in the Reverend Volstone, man.
That's right.
No, he is more than just a leader. He is a soul redeemer.
Yes. Yes, my children.
Yes, my children. Let's see if we've got the new thing updated here. See, what I did was I uploaded these in 2 separate parts so I could get through quite a bit of this without having to.
So we can make it shorter tonight.
Oh God! I mean, you have to understand that at noon, I uploaded everything, and that was what I got up until noon, and that was like the 10 o'clock portion or some crap like that.
Right.
And I was just like, man, I cannot do another night like I did last night.
No, I couldn't either. Like I said, I woke up, went back to sleep, woke back up, got ready to leave, and I was just like, oh, I feel hungover. This is awful.
Yeah, it was, and I feel bad. I feel bad.
Nah.
All right,
I'm a grown ass man. I could have got off anytime I wanted to.
Let's see. Oh yeah, no, it was. Oh, good Lord Almighty! You have no idea what I'm about to show you. It will make your day.
We kept you up. Miss, I've got like a gallon size wine glass.
I'm telling you, girl. I'm telling you. And what I'm going to do is, because we're about an hour and 20 minutes in, if anybody needs to take a break, we're going to take a short break. We're going to take
break.
So we're going to take a bio break. So brief water break. I probably spelled brief wrong. I before E except after C. No, I spelled it right.
It's fine. It's fine.
Whatever. It don't matter. All right, everybody, make sure that
you
hit that like and subscribe. Go pee, because we're going to make it happen really quick. Really, 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 really quick.
Sandy shores, get a tan, Rambo the orangutan. Driving a golf cart, oh man, Rambo is half crazy. yes he can. Well, that SOB's assigned to F and C. Oh, Rambo's rolling, rolling, rolling. As the sun, he's free at last. While Shizzy has his coffee, these two are having an effing blast. Whoa, Rambo's rolling, rolling, rolling. As the sun, he's free at last. While Shizzy has his coffee, these two are having an effing blast. Shizzy on the dunes, coffee in hand. Rambo is a loon, and Shizzy is, well, that is too dirty to say here. Shizzy on the dunes, coffee in hand. Rambo is a loon, and Shizzy is that is too dirty to say here, Oh, Rambo's rolling, rolling, rolling. As the sun, he's free at last. While Shizzy has his coffee, these two are having an effing blast. Otters in the surf, hummingbirds in the sky. Rambo honks the horn and spits in Shizzy's eye. Oh my! Oh, Rambo's rolling, rolling, rolling. As the sun, he's free at last. While Shizzy has his coffee, these two are having an effing blast. Oh, Rambo's rolling. Rambo takes a turn, driving to the way. Otters wave their paws, telling Rambo, not sure, but if you could understand, Otter, it probably wasn't nice. Rambo takes a turn, driving to the waves. Otters wave their paws, telling Rambo, not sure, but if you could understand, Otter, it probably wasn't nice. Oh, Rambo's rolling, rolling, rolling. As the sun, he's free at last. While Shizzy has his coffee, these two are having a effing blast. So here's to Rambo, otters and hummingbirds by the edge of the ocean. And Shizzy, well, he might just be there too. Well, here's to Rambo, otters and hummingbirds by the edge of the ocean. And Shizzy, well, he might just be there too.
Oh, yeah. And I had to pause it right here. I had to, just for you, Puddletown. And
oh, here we go.
If it makes you feel any better, how about this? I will slow it down to just the absolute creep and crawl just for you. How about that, Puddletown? Does that make you happy? Here we go. Just
Makes
for
me
you,
happy.
Puddletown. And you're about to get like all kinds of boob window. Here it comes, just for you, Puddletown. Oh, just enjoy the gloriousness of those luscious tatas. She turned away from you. She's ashamed of you.
No,
don't
she's
look at
playing
me.
Coy.
Don't.
Playing coy.
She's pulling her blouse down just a little bit.
We're back on the record. 2020 CF 2603 State of Florida versus Sarah Boone State.
Hair flip.
Yep.
Defense.
She's looking at the note I wrote her. And then everybody somebody gets in the way and you can't see anymore. But you did get the boob shot.
Oh,
that was just for you, Puddletown. You're welcome, brother. Y'all killed me last night too. No, you're still alive. So we didn't kill you too much.
Welcome back from the dead.
Welcome back. Oh yeah, here we go. Back to it. Oof.
County Henderson for Sarah Boone. Have it back on the house, sir.
Ms. Boone is still seated at counsel's table? Yes, Mr. Owens.
Judge, we had several late witnesses that were scheduled.
Just wait. You go a little further.
Oh, it'll be coming back up.
She kind of just
excused Detective Scott Aloma.
Ah, she sat down.
Based on testimony.
Yeah.
Detective Coepsell. We just excused.
They're real. They're spectacular.
Based on testimony.
I'm sorry.
Who cares if they're real?
Oh, nobody cares if they're real or not. But they are real. Shissy, you missed what I said. What did you say? I'm sorry. I miss all kinds of stuff. Oh, she was laughing. I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah, baby, do it slow. Sorry. Oh, he keeping us hanging on. What? What? You're gonna keep us hanging with the wolf pack? Well, Rosalind has an invite. She's always welcome to come in if she wants to.
Yeah, she can bring her big ass glass too.
That's right. I want to see this big ass glass that she's got. That just sounds so wrong in so many ways.
Church of Beer Nachos, that's called community outreach.
Motorboat Your Friend seems like a good song title name. No, we don't show that on the stream.
She was a witness as a neighbor in that complex, and she would testify about observing physical injuries to Sarah Boone. We've spoken with her over the break that in our opinions collectively, Tony Anderson and myself, that it's not necessary to call the Scalpoli if we have other evidence of injuries. There was disagreement about that, but I believe that Ms. Boone is now in agreement that we're not going to call the Scalpoli. So that leaves now calling the Orange County Sheriff's Department phone extraction.
Wait a minute. Let me get this right. So they called this guy up there and basically had the state do their own voir dire, and now they've decided not to call him? Did I get that right, or am I off?
Well, yeah. But if you want to get off, here you go. Welcome, Rosalind Duke. All right. Well, we're not going to call them.
Where's that big ass glass of wine?
Yeah, where is it?
I'm having
well, it's not big anymore. I finished half of it.
Exactly.
Cranberries.
Somebody had made a comment about a glass of wine. And I said, "Are we talking about a regular glass of wine or a Rosalind Duke regular glass of wine?"
I love it. Yes.
Everything's bigger in Texas.
Yes, we are.
It's outside.
All right. Well, let's hear what this guy says. We got to get through this for
She was a witness as a neighbor in that complex, and she would testify about observing physical injuries to Sarah Boone. We've spoken with her over the break that in our opinions collectively, Tony Anderson and myself, that it's not necessary to call the Scalpoli if we have other evidence of injuries. There was disagreement about that, but I believe that Ms. Boone is now in agreement that we're not going to call the Scalpoli. So that leaves now.
We're not going to call this gal hoeing.
Yeah, it's called "This Will Make Me Look Bad," so you guys can't call her.
Yeah, because what they would have brought up is her abuse on Torres.
Oh.
Yeah, hoeing. Her name is hoeing. Just saying. Hoe got to eat.
Is that your name or your occupation?
No, she ain't got no teeth, man.
Calling the Orange County Sheriff's Department, phone extraction expert.
Ms. Wadden.
Yes, back to the stand, and we've got 2 short videos. These are the short videos related to George Torres with the bat and then striking the TV. They're less than.
What, you calling George short again? Damn it. We got short videos. Or George Torres.
The problem with that is because we excused so many witnesses. That's our last witness, so we're going to be done
Excuse
here
me,
in probably
your banner still says you're on a water break.
And then,
Oh yeah, it does.
But I am.
Okay.
I'm drinking right now. I'm drinking. Leave me alone.
Okay.
Stop talking to me.
Stop rizzlering you.
Is that better? Is that better? Do you feel better now?
Yeah, that's much better. Thank you.
You're welcome. You don't like me being on a water break. I got it. I got it. You got to
Hey,
keep
what
it.
you do in your spare time's your business, buddy.
Hey.
Chat can get really
Hey.
confused.
Okay.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
That one gets me every time.
But Ms. Walker is supposed to be here at 1 o'clock?
that's correct.
Okay, all
I
right.
heard you.
And I haven't had a chance to meet with Dr. Harper, but I'm going to meet with her at lunch
Mhm.
over next door. And we anticipate Dr. Harper this afternoon. And then we may be really close to ending the defensive stage.
Okay, great. Thank you for letting me know that.
We're going to have yeah.
Okay, so,
Early lunch.
well, yeah, that
I
may,
want to
well,
see them end their
if you're saying
defense
that
today.
your
Closing
presentation
arguments
with Ms.
tomorrow?
Wyden is 15 minutes. I don't know what the process is going to be. It may be
Unless
minimus,
the state
or you may be
brings up a
saving her
rebuttal
for rebuttal.
witness.
I don't know. Mr. J or Mr. Cacciatore? As it relates to Ms. Wyden, CSI Tech, you're not calling her to rebuttal?
God, he's really
Okay, awesome.
short with him.
So what we can do is we can proceed with Ms. Wadden, and we can just take an early lunch and ask them to be back here maybe 12:50. So that way, if we have any issues, we can address them before we start at 1 o'clock. Ms. Boone, you were sworn this morning. I just got a couple of things to go over with you. There was a list of witnesses that was provided to the court last night and again this morning as potential witnesses that may be called in your defense. One of those witnesses was Maria Gallipoli. Your lawyers have advised that they may not be calling that person as a witness in this case. Do you understand that? And again, similar to other conversations we've had, I don't want to go into any specifics of any conversations that you've had with any of your lawyers, just whether or not
You know
had them.
why?
Have you had conversations with your lawyers about
Because they're worried
calling
about
Ms.
bringing up other shit.
Gallipoli as a witness?
Yep.
Have you had conversations with your attorneys about why they are deciding not to call her as a witness? And similar to what we discussed yesterday, do you understand that your attorneys make the trial strategy decisions, including what witnesses to call or not to call? Okay. Are you still satisfied
Do you
with their
still get
representation of
paid?
you in this matter? And are you still on board with the strategy that
Yeah.
has been employed in your defense?
They do.
That's all I care
Are
about.
you in agreement with the strategy not to call Ms. Gallipoli as a witness in this case? Okay. All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. Then let's go ahead and bring our jury back in, and we can call Ms. Uwad and go from there. All right. All right. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and stand and bring back in our panel.
Stop it.
What I have.
Get some help.
Gallipali.
That's my favorite.
Now, I'm ready.
You found my intro.
Yes.
All right, prisoner.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay.
Not in a good way.
State, you recognize our jury.
Yes, sir.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? I think you all can be seated. Members of the jury, once seated again, if you could confirm you complied with the court's instructions during our break by raising your hands.
I love
Record
that.
reflect all hands have been raised. Defense, you may call your next witness.
I can't help it.
Judge,
Sometimes
we would call,
just the urge follows.
Forensic phone extraction.
Still can't find her shampoo.
Officer with the Orange County Sheriff's Department, Officer Wanted. For the stand.
Thank you. We'll bring her in.
Bad Duck's back.
Oh. Yes.
What exactly?
You don't have to
be. Sarah.
Poor Jorge.
We got short with everybody.
You've got an invite.
Good morning, ma'am. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
We're not
First name
doing
is
long
Janella,
night tonight.
Junella. Last name is Wadden, UAD as in Delta, AN.
Counselor, you may inquire.
Hey, Bad Duck.
Again, your official title.
Digital forensics examiner.
And you refer to as detective or commissioner.
Just an examiner.
Ma'am, Judge, can I approach the witness?
Yes, of course.
Ma'am,
Walks up, slaps her.
What's been marked?
You will submit.
Identification defense exhibit AA. And you recognize that video or that CD of the video?
Yes.
Well, I think we kind of prepped you on it ahead of time. That was extracted from a Sarah Boone phone that you were asked to extract.
Yes, one of the media files, yes.
Okay, and is that video a fair and accurate depiction of one of the videos that was extracted from Sarah Boone phone?
Yes.
And then identification C, if that's identification, same type of question. You've had a chance to review that video. Is that one of the videos that was extracted from Sarah Boone phone?
Yes.
Yeah, she's hiding
This
from
time,
you.
I'd like to have these introduced in evidence.
Me?
She's
Hey,
naked
Judge.
right now. She doesn't want to be on the street.
All right, what was pre-marked as
Like
AA
this.
will be received into evidence without objection as defendant 17.
She's trying to get
What was
lit
pre-marked
first.
as Z will be received into
Yes.
evidence without objection as defendant's 18.
Well, I just got off work. I'm trying to try one on.
Yeah. That's what I
You
said.
just got. You said you just got off
Mm-hmm.
work, right? I got you. Just got off.
Trade show.
Sure.
Strip show. I got it.
No.
Trade show. It could be
Trade show.
any industry.
Yeah, she could be trading anything. She'd be swapping spit, numbers, exchanging money.
Hey, girls got to
Anything.
work.
Hey, hoe got to eat.
Oh.
So when you bring an iced tea on,
17 first,
You may proceed.
and
You know, he's being aloof with me, but you know, Jelly Roll's my new one, so I don't know, maybe we'll get Jelly Roll.
that'd
Good
be
choice.
fun.
Good choice.
You're gonna help me take this shit out. Real shit. You're gonna help me take it out. You're gonna help me take this shit out. That's that one, so.
Okay.
That was a waste of time.
Yeah. I want more boobs.
More boobs.
Judge, I'm asking you to publish exhibit 18.
You may proceed.
It would figure that he plays with
Nice,
a child's
nice
bat.
screensaver.
Hey, Windows screensavers.
I was like, is that Windows 10?
Yeah.
Isn't that how everybody gets rid of a broken television?
He's barely even hitting that damn thing.
He's got no shoulders. I mean,
No.
well, and okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. This video is taken completely out of context.
Sure.
Okay, so imagine this. You've got a broken TV.
Yeah.
Imagine this. You've got a broken TV. The thing crapped out on you.
Yep.
You've already filed insurance claim on it or whatever, and the TV's going to be replaced.
You get a new one for like $100 anyway.
Yeah, someone says, hey, how about we smash this TV up and I'll record it, I'll upload it on the Twitter or TikToks or whatever the hell people are doing these days. She's scared at all.
Here's the thing. Who's to say she wasn't like, well, that TV's busted. You know what would be funny is if I videoed you smashing it with a baseball bat.
And he
Exactly.
goes,
and he's
so
like, okay, but you got to help me clean this up.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, she's not begging or pleading with him to stop.
Right.
She's just recording it.
Right.
Yeah. It's all bullshit.
Like Office Space.
That light ass swing. Yeah, I wouldn't be scared of his ass.
No.
Oh yeah, Office Space.
Yes, understood.
Yes. The printer.
I love that.
Thank you very much. This witness can't be released, correct? State. Thank you.
Exactly, Yamaha.
All right, can the parties approach moment?
Is that all that they have?
Yeah.
I mean, that's weak sauce.
Yeah, see, I never saw this part, so I knew it had to be short.
I hadn't either.
Charlie, please.
Just like George and Sarah.
Yo.
Just for you, Bad Duck. It's,
Oh, is
it's
this
up
it?
in the corner.
Is this it?
Members of our jury, at this point in time, it's 11:08. I know.
No, I cut a lot of stuff out because there was a lot of like blank spots.
It's a little bit early, but due to the pacing and how quickly we've been moving through the evidence this morning, and how the defense has teed up their witnesses for this afternoon, we do not have anyone until 1 o'clock. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. I'm going to give you a similar instruction that I've given you over the last couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case
Sure.
with people and places involved in.
Right.
And we're back. Got the hose in the back. Hose in the back. Right
the
there. Got the
hose in
hose
the
in the back. Put the hose in the back.
Thank you. State, anything we need to address? Defense. All right, we'll see you all at 12:50. Thank you very much. All right, we're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
Chief Judge Strong, half the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone. County Anderson, Sarah Boone.
This is dumb, by the way. Every time they
Ms.
do
Boone is
this,
seated
I'm
at
like,
counsel's table wearing the same dark gray suit and maroon blouse. For all right, as we've discussed,
Here, look at my penis. Okay. Do I have to look at it again? God damn it. Okay. I'm coming over there.
fine, but you need to
the
see a
court will
doctor
email those
about
to
that
all
shit.
Parties. Once Mr. Owens comes back in from making advising witnesses is going to be here, we will bring in our jury and proceed with the evidence presentation this afternoon. State anything else?
All right, jury.
Hose in the back. Got the hose in the back. Keep the hose in the back. Keep the hose in the back.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
All right, everyone can be seated. Thank you.
No. They don't look the same.
I don't know any of these damn
Members of the
people.
jury, again, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I see juror number fifth from the right to left, second row. His hand's already up. He knows what's coming. If you can, just raise those hands, confirm you complied to the court's instructions. Record reflect all hands have been raised. All right,
Yes,
members of the
we're
jury,
good.
the defense is going to continue with their evidence and testimony presentation this afternoon. Thank
Actually,
you.
I needed to
Mr.
breathe.
Owens,
That's why I
What speed
raised
is
my
this?
hand. Do what?
What speed is this?
1 1/4.
Okay.
Yeah, why would I play it at normal speed? I mean, then I would fall asleep.
Well, true, but maybe I'm slow right now.
You said you want to get a blowjob right now?
No. She said that she needs to keep drinking.
I need
okay.
more cocktail.
Oh, she needs more blow. Got it.
Maybe 30 years ago, but now.
Ask for the double shrimp cocktail.
Sweetheart, you're not supposed to be doing blow at 8 years old. I'm just saying.
For real.
8 years old is
For real.
not a good thing. I keep telling you this, and you don't believe me.
I was an early bloomer.
That's the trouble with you chicks that are early bloomers. You end up like this.
Yep. End up doing blow off of a strip.
What?
He's packing up, ready to go the hell home. He's just like, shit. Oh. Here goes me, Ma.
What in the hell is this?
I knew Sarah Boone whenever she was a young child.
I was her mammy.
I was her mammy. I used to fix her pancakes and waffles and French toast. She was a chubby little girl.
Always getting into trouble.
So these are Sarah's friends?
I don't know what the hell she is.
Ma'am, I'm gonna roll you on up in here.
Well, back in the day, Sarah would come by and she would bring me a bottle of wine.
Dude, if she starts beating that witness box with the cane, I'm gonna die.
Oh, I would love it. I would love it. She's a
Ma'am, good
neighbor.
afternoon. Can you state and
what?
spell your name for the record for us? Can you state
You
and
have a
spell your name
link,
for the record?
Yamaha.
You do have a link.
Oh.
Did I not send it?
Mr. Beck, you may
Quit being a
proceed.
cretin.
Good afternoon, Ms. Walker.
I'm pretty sure I sent it.
Ms. Walker, do you know the defendant, Sarah Boone?
I sent him a damn
How do you
link.
know her, ma'am? How do you know Ms. Boone? If you can't hear me, just ask me to repeat myself.
Okay.
You just filled her diaper.
How do you know Ms. Boone?
Live in the same apartment.
He's
that
got
I
a link.
And can you tell us how long two of you shared the same apartment buildings?
About 4 years.
And how is it that you became familiar with Ms. Boone?
My husband and I was sitting out on the porch, and we see her coming with her 2 dogs.
So how many
what?
fingers am I? How many fingers am I
Oh
holding
God,
up?
I know. I was thinking of that too. My cousin Vinny.
I'm thinking my cousin Vinny right here. How many fingers am I holding up?
I think it's time for a thicker set.
Shit. She doesn't have it. Oh, okay. At first, I didn't think she had any frames on that. They were just sitting on her nose.
Oh no, dude.
Yeah, I see it now. She looks like she wants to put an ass whooping on somebody. That boy George, he was a son of a bitch.
What happened then?
Then I would call her over.
She looks like
Make
what we
sure
call in
she-
Texas an angry black woman.
Uh-huh. Well, it's because Sarah kept stealing her peanut butter.
With her dogs.
And what do you mean by call her over?
And I see her walking with a dog, and I see her and I look at her and I said, "Hey, Sarah, how you doing?" And that's it.
And would
She
she
walking
generally
funny.
respond to you?
Yes.
And how
How far away was she
would
from
you
you?
spend time with Ms. Boone?
How many fingers am I holding up?
Would you spend time speaking with Ms. Boone?
Yes.
How long would you speak with her?
Through this
About 15
screen.
or 20
As long
minutes.
as she want to talk.
That's all.
And was your husband sometimes involved in those conversations as well?
You just say hi.
So you and Ms. Boone were the two primary communicators?
Yes, sir.
In the time that you knew
You
Ms.
get what
Boone,
you get, Yamaha.
did you witness anything about her person or her body that gave you cause for concern?
Sometimes I would see it like she even been choked around her neck or her arm be hurt. Her have a mark on her arm. And I just
Well,
She's
she
a
needs to-
drunk.
Yeah, she's a drunk and she likes to choke shit down her throat.
just asked her.
And would she describe how that happened?
Excuse me.
Just say, I had a,
Hang on. The objection is sustained.
Her name is Pearl.
When you
No
would
shit.
Pearl?
Is it?
Pearl
Oh my
Walker.
God. Oh my God. That's the perfect name for her.
It is so
That-
perfect.
Does that
I
make her a
love
black pearl?
Man,
Look,
I'm sorry.
look. We got women like this all over the South. Okay.
I'm telling
And
you.
their name is
I do
Pearl.
too.
Their name is Pearl or Ethel or George or
Esther.
Esther.
And look, they're great. They're great women, but they will call out your foolishness. Let me tell you.
I do have one that I talk to on a regular basis, and this is not against you, Rosalind, but her name is Rosalind. It's
I know. Well,
Rosalind White.
look. Okay. Well, listen. I have grown up my entire life with this name, and the first thing, like when friends would ask their parents if I could have a sleepover, that first thing that came out of their mouth was, "Is she black?"
What?
Seriously?
I'm serious. No, because
I am too.
Rosalind calls me up once a week. She calls me up and she just wants to talk. And I'm just like, oh, Rosalind, how you doing, Miss White? And she's just like, oh, I'm doing good. Are you guys going to come cut this tree down? Sorry, Miss White, we can't cut that tree down. It ain't going to happen. Oh, that sucks.
Now, Miss
She calls her
Rosalind,
back
we
to
can
Nashville.
get to that next week. Okay.
Oh, yeah. She's Miss Rosalind. But Pearl is perfect. Pearl is a perfect name.
Yes.
Like and she don't see too well, but I'll tell you what, she'll sit down and chat with you forever. And I'll bet you what, if nothing else, if you just come over there, bring her a little bit of barbecue, sit down and sit with her for like 10 minutes, man, she will think you are the shizzy whiznut.
Well, and here's the other thing. You will never get
She
better.
can't see you.
You will never get better advice than from little old black women.
That's
You
true.
will never get better advice.
No, they've got they've lived it. They're just like, yeah, don't you be talking to that boy over there. He's a piece of shit. they don't hold
That
back.
boy over there is trouble.
He's trouble. Stay away from him. He's gonna ruin you, girl. He's gonna ruin you. He's gonna leave you with 10 kids. He's gonna be off in prison. Yeah, listen to these old ladies, man. They know.
Stuff you in a
ask her that.
suitcase.
How did she appear to you to respond emotionally to your questions about her injury?
she just say, one of them days or something.
Objection sustained.
Just for the record, instead of telling us what she would say, would she demonstrate any emotion on her face?
Well, I would see the emotion that she was upset about.
Yep.
And
Dude, Puddle Town.
did you ask about her obvious upset persona? Her upset, the fact that she was upset. Would you ask her about that?
Yeah.
Okay, you have to just limit your answer to the question. Would you ask her about that issue? About why she was upset?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, I just can't go beyond that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, how frequently would that occur?
I would say on the weekends when I see her.
Was that primarily when you saw her on the weekends?
Mostly I would see her walking through, going to her place, and I'm sitting on the porch and I see her then.
Now, strike that.
She sees everything.
While you were there in that apartment complex,
Hard to believe, but she can.
excuse me for getting ahead of myself. Do you still live in that apartment complex?
No.
Oh,
No, some crazy
I had to
shit
move out.
goes on there.
From
I
that
got the
apartment
hell
complex.
up out there.
Banging all times of the night.
If you don't know, that's fine. Thank you, ma'am.
Bless her heart.
During the occasions that you had to interact with Ms. Boone, how did she treat you?
She was a nice lady.
Overruled.
Nice to me.
Did she ever act uppity?
Uppity.
Overruled.
Did she ever treat you in an uppity manner?
What you mean, sir?
Did she ever look
What
down
you
on you as a
mean?
person?
Oh, no.
Did she ever treat you with disrespect?
No.
Sustained.
May I approach on this, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is useless.
Yeah, it's useless. Was she an uppity white girl? I'll tell you what. Why don't you get instead of this? I think that's Owens up there. Why don't you get the black gentleman up there and start asking her questions, see how she reacts to him? Because I guarantee she's gonna talk shit to him in a heartbeat. She'll be, son, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. She is an uppity white girl. You know that she is.
Boy, that girl was trouble. Telling you.
Trouble.
You're doing all kinds of freaky things over there.
You call me uppity?
Wasn't none of my business.
Objection sustained.
That was some really good leading that nobody called.
They didn't drug this poor woman out here.
I'm
And
sorry,
it's
I'm
not
back.
gonna make
Just
a
to
damn
that.
bit of difference.
In the time that
And then she's looking at him going, no, you're an uppity son of a bitch is what you are. you and your, I bet you wear a bow tie on the weekends. You wear lederhosen and you be dancing in front of the mirror like some sort of homo. What's wrong with you, son?
Dear.
I mean,
You need to find Jesus.
if you that much of
Fine.
an alcoholic, you're not going to act that way toward people you don't even hardly know.
No,
You're trying to cover it up.
Exactly.
you and Ms. Boone lived together, on occasion, did you see law enforcement arrive at the apartment complex?
Right.
A couple of times.
And did you ever get involved in any of their investigation?
No.
Were you ever approached by law enforcement and asked for information, evidence, insight into what might be going on?
Hell no.
Hell no.
Now, in
She's
all
across
candor,
away from me.
Were there occasions when you believed that Sarah Boone may have been under the influence of alcohol?
No, I can't say.
Did you also observe Jorge Torres?
I can't say she was ever drunk because if I did, they
Look,
throw me out of the church.
Look, all these white people act the same. Hell, I don't know if she's drunk.
I'll slap the white off your crack ass.
And now
Keep
I'll
talking
slap
to me
it
like
back
that.
on, too.
During the time that you lived there in the apartment complex?
I didn't see him very much. If we sitting on the porch, that's the only time. I see him.
Did you know Mr. Torres very well?
No.
No, he was one of them Hispanics.
Exactly, Levy.
I throw a bucket of water on him, he wouldn't go away. It just run right off of him. God damn it. I'm hearing you talking shit now. Mind my own business. White folks be crazy.
White folks be crazy.
You'd be crazy.
Was there an incident when you saw Ms. Boone with a black eye?
Yes.
Yes.
Ooh.
I tried to throw the hoodoo Vicks on him, but he didn't take.
Did you witness a pattern between Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres wherein you observed signs of abuse?
Sustained.
Yeah,
You testified that
too
you
broad.
saw Ms. Boone on occasion with bruises, other injuries, and a black eye. Is that correct? Is that accurate?
That don't mean
Yeah,
abuse. It means
she
you're a
used to be-
stupid ass drunk.
She used to
She
fall
fell
down all
down
the
the
damn time.
stairs.
I saw her fall down walking up the stairs one time like Joe Biden, another white crack ass son.
And was there any pattern to what you observed in regards to those injuries and
I gotta be quieter.
bruises that you observed
you're
on Ms.
fine.
Boone?
One time I seen with a black eye and like she had been choked one time.
Did
Yeah,
you ever
because
see her?
he's trying to get her off of him.
Yep. Yep. Hey, Veruca.
Did Ms. Boone complain to you about those marks?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Any cross-examination?
Hi, Ms. Walker.
Jimmy, I know. You be
Is
cleaning
it fair
it
to
up.
say you're not sure when exactly you saw any of those injuries on her, correct?
Say that again.
You're not exactly sure when you saw any of those injuries on her, correct?
She's looking at him just going, shit, I'd be lucky if I remember waking up tomorrow.
Baby, I do good to remember to take my meds.
Exactly. What are you talking about? Remember shit. What kind of man? You and your uppity ass, white crack ass on bitch. You just get out of my face.
When she come past the apartment, I'll be sitting out there because we always sit out there.
Right, but we don't know if this is December or 2018 or anything
I
like that.
can't remember, sir.
And is it fair to say you have no idea how she got those marks? Is that fair?
Repeat that again.
Do you have any idea how she got those marks?
On the weekends, I see him and her go in.
But you don't know who, if anybody, put those marks on her, right?
Well, I
Just call for
can
yes or no.
tell when they must have had an argument or something. I hear the dogs barking.
And you're 5 doors down, right?
This is a
It must be an
complete.
argument because I hear the dogs barking.
This is a complete waste of time.
I love
This
it. She's
they done dragged this poor lady across 10 buses through 5 blocks, wheeled her in here, and she done missing Matlock.
She's like, what in the hell am I doing here? Are you guys? Can I get my $20 now?
Yeah.
How did I get here?
Unit 8, Unit 3?
Yeah.
No other questions?
Any redirect examining?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
She's like, I came all the way over here for this.
Ms. Walker, the
Like
deputies are going to
10
come get
minutes.
you, take you out, okay?
You better be taking me to the movies.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Like Sarah's like, oh,
Yeah. Hey, y'all best be stopping by the liquor store on the way to give me a 40.
Sarah's like, oh, wasn't she wonderful? She helped my case out so much, didn't she?
Leave me. Can I leave? I got grits on.
Grits on. I was supposed to be gone 20 minutes, and here it's been 25. By the time I get back, they're going to be burnt.
My poor husband, he don't check that stuff for shit.
He's too busy spanking the monkey. No, we got a little spider monkey. He's been spanking the hell out of it.
He's too busy reading the paper and taking a nap.
She comes out looking like Spiegel seeing the sun for the first time.
Defense ready to call your next witness. Yes.
It burns. It burns. It burns. It burns.
Oh, God, what a waste of time right here.
Well, it takes
Somebody
a lot
just
to get
zipped
her
up their
rolling.
pants.
I'm sorry. No, that was my laptop case.
Oh, I was like, damn, girl, you putting clothes back on, or were you taking them off? All I heard was zip. I'm like, ooh, damn, girl.
Hey, we don't judge.
Damn,
We don't judge.
But hey, you just go ahead, right along, get nice and comfortable. Make sure that you're well lubed. You don't want to dry that thing out.
All right, members of the jury. Witness is running a few minutes late. I think
Huddle
they stuck to
town,
the
she's
security
not
line
sleeping with
downstairs.
you. Stop.
So we're just going to be in a short recess for them to join us this afternoon. Similar instruction that I've given you. Please do not conduct any independent investigation or research regarding the person,
Okay,
places,
you're going to
things,
lunch, blah, blah,
charge
blah.
involved, and the TV crews as well. Information that's contained on both parties' laptops, be it the defense or the state, is protected by work product and attorney-client privilege. It's not something that's viewable, not something that should be disseminated, and not something that can be looked at unless there is a knowing, intelligent waiver, and that stuff's going to be put out to the public for consumption. So I'm going to ask you as best as possible not to
Must
view,
be
to take
porn.
pictures of, or look at any of the laptops, be it the defense's laptops or the state's laptops, to avoid that. With regard to the camera, if we can, when zooming in on either the defense counsel's table or the state's counsel's table, if we can try to avoid their laptops, I would greatly appreciate you, sir.
Assholes.
Thank you. Again, members of the jury, if you could, just raise those hands, confirm you complied with the court's instructions. Record reflect all hands have been raised. All right, defense, at this time, you may call your next witness.
I guess.
Call Dr. Julie Harper.
I guess they were complaining. That means somebody's been watching court TV. Probably the little cheeky babies back there. Oh, do we look good on court TV? Do we need to button our blouses down just a little lower?
Nobody could see you.
That's why they're pissed. It's like, can you guys just zoom in on their tits some more, please?
Why don't they scan the gallery?
Yes, look at us. We're so special. We didn't kill anybody yet.
Yet.
Oh, here comes
University of
her.
Denver. And complete.
This.
Oh, okay.
She's an expert. I haven't seen her yet.
Now, take one look at her and determine for yourselves whether or not she does movies on the side.
Like what kind of movies?
Adult movies.
We'll see.
I'm just saying.
Please swear or affirm that the testimony
Shot to the face and you're to blame.
I do.
Doctor, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Dr. Julie Harper, Harper.
Thank you.
Have you ever portrayed a
Counsel
stepmom?
Hey now.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
No, just
If you've already stated your name,
got
just
that stuck
introduce
in my
yourself to the
head.
jury.
Yeah.
My name is Dr. Julie Harper, and
I
I'm a
had through the
licensed
whole
psychologist.
Would you tell the jury your educational background?
I have an undergraduate degree from Oberlin College in biopsychology. I have a master's degree from University of Denver.
The hell is
I went on
biopsychology?
from my master's degree to earn a psychological doctorate. That's called a PsyD.
It's where you
That was
ask-
also from University of Denver. In completing
Yeah.
that
You ask
education,
their skin
I
how it
specialized in
feels.
psychological assessment, which means I had
God.
extra coursework in that area
God.
of learning to administer psychological tests to other people. I completed an APA-approved internship at Washington State University, which means that I was matched, and that was my site to practice being a psychologist for a full year, and that was between 1999 and 2000.
Blah, blah, blah. Don't care.
Yeah, she
to
does
a,
her whole CV.
Escambia, Santa Rosa County, Walton County, Bay County.
Don't care.
Nobody cares about your resume.
I mean, I'm sure the court does and it's helpful, but I don't care.
No, I mean, I understand they do a lot of this stuff to make sure it's on the record or
Right.
to, give a little bit of background to an expert witness coming up, but it's just so tedious.
Did she bring a whole fucking binder of notes? Like, she's got an entire fucking library that she brought with her.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I wrote this book.
You have that manual with you?
I do.
And what is the name of that manual?
See, I wrote this book. Look, I even have everything earmarked here. I'm special.
Is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders.
You brought
The
your
text is,
textbook from school?
revision. So it's the DSM-5.
Yes, she brought
dear
her
Lord.
fucking textbook because she can't remember it all. Oh, good Lord.
You're those
measurement
people in
of
class I
what
hated
the
that
person's
constantly
symptoms may
raise
be
your
as
hand.
compared to sort of an average. So if we
Okay.
And is it fair to say that psychologically, the abuser, does alcohol often involved in the abuse?
Yes.
And as far as the victim that's getting abused, you say it's a cycle. Is
Wait for it
is
to
the
play.
victim, when they go through that last stage, the honeymoon stage, are they thinking, okay, it's going to be better?
Yes, the hopefulness
Oh, God.
in that, trying
Yes.
to believe that the behavior has changed.
Possibly, Heidi.
That
Possibly.
they're not going to be
If you don't get stuck
abused
in your
again,
sweater.
the hopefulness to maintain the relationship,
Hey.
to forgive.
Same.
That's part of that last stage, phase 3.
That's
is
for you,
maintaining
too.
the relationship.
I don't think I've asked this. Why would someone who has been exposed to intimate partner violence perceive the likelihood of
Who's exposing what?
a new violent event about to appear? Why would they perceive the likelihood of that violence differently than, say, a normal person?
Well, it speaks to the pattern.
Because they're
So
evil.
any relationship will have its own special pattern, that you have things that only your partner knows about you, or
drawing
certain
now?
looks that you give that mean something, and you learn that over time. So over a period of
Okay.
All of the data, all the reports, medical records, and whatever reports you
She
consider.
looks like the chick from Napoleon Dynamite, the one he had a crush on.
Yes.
Or she had a crush on him.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. I'm just picturing her with that one pigtail off on the side.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a liger.
I got so angry I left most coverage of this. Why? She does. Yes. What? So previous saxophone would be limp near Sarah? You saw that picture, right?
God, Rosalind, I can't get that image out of my head now.
So bad.
I made you a keychain.
I made you a keychain, yes.
You have early on in the relationship something that binds you together. So you're
Like being drunk all the time?
remembering
Sex.
that. You're hoping for that. Even though the repeated cycle is going through the phases 1, 2, and 3, you keep hoping for elements of that honeymoon phase.
That's called like marriage.
That's called any
amazing how that
relationship.
works, isn't it? Yeah, it's any relationship.
I need another cocktail. I gotta go back to the bar.
She needs another cock.
Hey, bring me back.
Wishing that it was better.
Bring me
So
back
it
a
is
cocktail
like-
while you're at it.
Yeah, or two.
All right, I'll be right back.
Now you're
All right.
imagining the way it used to be. You have a recollection of that person showing you positive behaviors, and you're, hoping for that. I also think it is typical for victims to not reveal to other people that the abuse is going on, and it seems like denial. In other words, your coworkers ask you, like, "Are you okay? Did something happen to you?"
Yeah, so like George would be like, "No, man, we're good."
That's why George didn't have a job. He didn't want to have to talk to his coworkers about the abuse he was getting.
Exactly. Dude, I worked with this guy. This is no shit. And it's also George's. So excuse me. I may have some of the truth mixed up with fact. Okay. So I worked with this guy, and what in the fuck was his name? I don't remember. It doesn't matter. He was a complete artard. You think I'm an artard? This guy was beyond artard. Like this is back whenever you had magnesium. You know what magnesium rims are, right?
Yeah.
They're made off of magnesium. We're not talking about like the alloy cheap fake shit. We're talking about real magnesium rims. Those things cost $1,000 a piece.
Yes.
And he dropped one on top of another one and cracked both of them.
Oh,
that's how smart this guy was. Yeah.
That's awful.
Yeah. They were just like, "Don't touch these." And what did he do? He walks over and he was like, "Look, it looks so good on there." And then he lets go of it and it goes, boom, down on top of the other one that is sitting right below it.
Idiot.
Dude had waited like 6 months for these things, and he cracked 2 of them in less than 30 minutes. Jeez. It was just like, oh God. So what would happen is he would get his paycheck on Friday. His cousin would stop by, and he'd jump in the car with her. He was like, because he was just hot for her, like first cousin.
Well,
and she was like crack whore. That is like meth head crack whore kind of like skank.
Right.
Like not attractive at all. And he was just like, "Oh, she's so beautiful." It's like, "That's your cousin, dude." And she would show up and she would take his paycheck. She would take him, and if he wouldn't give the paycheck, she would take him down, cash the paycheck, take his money, and leave his ass broke every damn payday.
What the fuck? Jeez.
Dude, I'm just saying, people do weird shit.
Yep, they do.
Over a piece of tail. So if George is sitting there going, "Man, George is not a good looking guy. He's a mini man. He's tiny. He's got no skill whatsoever." And some chick pays attention to him. He's just like, he's in fucking hog
sugar
heaven.
mama. She was his sugar mama.
Yep.
Is exactly what it was.
Yep. He made her toes curl. That's all that mattered.
And Libby, I will make one
not
correction
like-
to your earlier comment. It's more than 90%.
Yeah, magnesium is very flammable. and
No. Before that one.
Oh, what was that? oh, what is that? 90% of people go into psychology do so to get over their own dramatic issues.
Yeah,
I think
it's more than 90. Have you ever met somebody that worked in psychology or psychiatry that wasn't messed up? You know, they know their own.
No, they do. Yeah.
To disclose that looks a lot like denial. It is a denial in public of some of the private issues that you're having in your relationship. And that's because it's embarrassing. It's revealing a loss of control to other people. It's revealing that things aren't perfect. You might even get
I bet
feedback
she's been
that
in
you
a
should
few of
leave your
those.
partner, and that's unwanted because you're already having that, concern in your
Imagine
own
dating
mind
this
about it.
broad.
And so, it seems like denial on the outside to hide it.
I dated a girl that worked for CPS.
Yeah.
Yeah, that lasted up until the point that she came home one day and pulled dishes out, and started smashing them on the floor and on the countertop.
Be like, well, time for you to go.
With a blank stare on her face.
What was her problem? Just work or what?
I asked her, and she just literally she had the 10-mile stare in her fucking eyes. And she goes, oh, nothing. And then as she's staring at me, she smashes another dish.
I'd be like, there's a door. You need to leave.
Well, it was her place.
Oh, there's a door. I need to leave.
No, I packed my shit that night and I was out the door. I'm like, literally. And then she's calling me up like, what's going on? How you doing? I'm just like, I'm good. Bye.
I'm busy.
Yeah.
I have enough
I bought
friends.
a Jehovah's Witness Advent calendar. Every time I open the door, someone tells me to.
Jeez.
Damn it, Puddletown.
Puddletown got jokes. He got jokes.
He got jokes tonight. Yep, there's only two I can think of that would consider down to earth. The rest are nuts.
Yep.
Oh, dude, I forgot to tell you this last night. I was trying to get some documents, and it said, we'll let you know when these documents are available.
Yeah.
Can you leave your name and email address? So I left them the name DS Nuts.
That's funny.
And then with my email address, like, so it would contact me whenever those came available.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize it because I was just like, I was going to put down D's Nuts. And I was like, well, it is Shizzy Whiz Nuts. So let's just use the name D.
Yeah.
Just call me D.
Call me D.
Call me Big D.
Would you agree many people who suffer from this, they're minimizing what is happening to them?
Yes.
And they're numbing their emotions to it.
Well, to stay present and keep that relationship, it's very difficult for a lot of people because they're experiencing physical and emotional harm. So they want to numb it because numbing it means that you can keep that relatedness no matter how bad it's getting.
Some people,
like driving an ice pick through my ear while she's talking. Would that be enough physical pain?
There is 8 billion people in the world. There ain't no reason to be in one of these crappy ass relationships. None.
No, hell no. Ever. You're in a bad relationship like this. You feel like you're in this endless cycle. Here's the thing. Pack your shit and get the fuck on.
Yep.
It's as easy as that. Whenever they call you, don't answer. Ghost their fucking ass.
Where are you? Gone. I'm gone.
Gone. Like, lose my number. Whizzinator. Yes, little D is already taken, so got to be the big D. You know it.
Good afternoon, Dr. Harper.
Good afternoon.
So you have done some evaluation work on battered spouse syndrome for a prosecution in the past?
No,
All right. Have you done insanity evaluations for the prosecution in the past?
I have been called to testify about that.
So you understand when the government obtains a court order for their expert to come in and do an evaluation, it's for one evaluation, correct?
I believe that you're saying that the government can retain their own expert. Yes,
No, I mean, what I'm talking about is you just went through that you had 9 visits with Ms. Boone.
I did. Yes,
And that was over the course of 8 different days because 2 of those visits were morning and afternoon sessions, correct?
that's right.
And what we are trying to help you have the jury understand is that when you get hired by the government and the court gives you an order to go evaluate somebody, you get one crack at the apple. Is that your understanding from your past work working for the government?
No, that's not always correct. There are many instances in competency evaluations where evaluators will request additional visits if they cannot determine their opinion on the first visit.
No, he asked what you
Specifically,
did.
when it comes to an affirmative defense, such as battered spouse evidence and insanity, what is your understanding and your expertise?
What is my understanding of the issue? Oh,
Judge, the question.
Legal objection.
Objection?
Legal grounds.
He asked a question about battered spouse and insanity.
Approach.
Yeah, Owens is like getting his ass handed to him because this prosecutor,
they can't stand it because he keeps bringing up scenarios, not specifically naming the defendant or the situation, and they can't stand it.
No, but you have to remember, Owens, Sarah Boone's attorney, has only tried 100 cases. This prosecutor has probably tried thousands just this year.
Right.
He is old school. He's been doing this shit a long time. He knows how to phrase the questions. He knows the questions to ask. And these guys are left looking like complete fucking morons.
Well, and see, in Nanny Goat, that's kind of how I view it. You had to evaluate her 9 times to figure out what was going on. 9 times?
To get 9 times to get the evaluation that they wanted.
Oh, that's my point.
Exactly. Shizzy, whip it out. Damn it. No, shame on you, Puddletown. Get your butts up here for
Puddletown, you're a bad influence. You need to go to the Church of Beer and Nachos and repent.
He says, get your butts up here for your flogging. Every witness helps the prosecution. I know, and they're hating it. Oh. Oh. Hey, Diane G. How you doing, gorgeous? Good to see
Diane
you.
G.
I hope your swing is improved.
Objection sustained.
Oh.
When it comes to an affirmative defense such as battered spouse syndrome being used for self-defense or, not insanity, it requires a court order for the state to go have an evaluator go, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, what are the agreed upon criteria for battered spouse syndrome?
well, you would evaluate if the person is indeed suffering from a behavioral response like a mental disorder. So first of all, has the person demonstrated that they've got a behavioral change? And
no, nothing annoys me more than she can't rattle this off the top of her head. Like the last guy, as wordy as he was, he rattled that shit off the top of his head. She's reading it out of a fucking textbook.
Right, because what she's probably done is she's probably handled stuff in her own little private practice, with the exception of occasionally from time to time get called on to come in and testify. But as far as like practical knowledge, she don't have the experience. She don't have it.
No, the last guy did.
But I have a lot of education. Good for you.
Yeah, good for you. Education. Let's see how far that gets you.
is it in response to a violent act? Do they perceive threat where they've been exposed in the past? So pattern of violence that has repeated.
Does control over another person in an intimate relationship have anything to do with it?
Diane
Yes.
G, you are awesome. Thank you so much for the gifted membership.
Yes.
And by control, I mean controlling
That's beautiful.
who you go
Thank
see, who you hang out with, so on and so forth.
Yes.
And could it involve controlling personal items of the other person?
Those gifted memberships went to, oh God, Sandra Marnick, Tom Gillis. Yes. Tom Gillis. He was on this morning for a little bit. Well, he swung by. And Snowflower. And of course, Nancy Howitt. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much, sweetheart, for doing that. That is wonderful. I appreciate you. What would you like to see? Would you like to see a little love? I think I can give her love. I think I should give her a little love.
A little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Something. I think I know the perfect one for her. Perfect one for her is just.
Perfect.
Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Welcome. Good to see you, Rosalind, too. Yes.
Person as well?
Yes, it can.
So that's what I'm asking. Like in the DSM-5 TR, I believe you pulled up narcissistic personality disorder.
Yes.
And so when you do that, it pulls up and it says there's 9 criteria and 5 of those criteria must be met to make a diagnosis for narcissistic personality disorder, correct?
That's right.
Now, battered spouse syndrome is not recognized by the DSM-5 TR, correct?
No, it's not a diagnosis. You wouldn't use it as a diagnosis.
Oh.
And what I'm asking is, even though we haven't written it down in the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, I mean the like the Ohio State University or something, is it written down anywhere? Can one psychologist or psychiatrist rely upon a recipe or a list of criteria that everyone else would be using in your field as well?
There is no standardized approach you must follow. In other words, sometimes if we have a statute, for instance, it would identify what we must investigate. It doesn't exist like that. There's no statute directing it.
And there's
So
nothing
it's all
written down
subjective.
anywhere that says of these 9 criteria, these things must exist. Controlling your partner. Did you review any DCF records in this case?
No, I didn't receive any DCF record.
Did Ms. Boone ever indicate to you at any point in time she became too afraid to let Lucas come over to the house?
Yes, there were times where she would ask Mr. Boone, so Brian Boone, to not bring him there.
And Mr. Boone was aware of this because she would say things like that, correct?
Yes.
And at different times, she told you that she would go over to Mr. Boone's house to escape the violence of Mr. Torres.
That's right.
And February 24th of 2020, the child was scheduled to be picked up by Ms. Boone, correct?
That's right.
Despite everything that she was aware of and what Mr. Brian Boone was aware of, correct?
Right.
And you saw in her police interview that she swore on the life of her son that she was telling them the truth, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Object.
Approach. Objection sustained.
It's on there.
Rephrase it.
They heard
She
it.
swore on her son's life that it was not intentional that she ended up killing Mr. Torres, correct?
That
I object.
Approach.
It's on the video. It's on the body cam
Objection sustained.
footage.
Question is stricken. Members of the jury, questions are not evidence, and you're not to give them any weight whatsoever. Mr. J, you may proceed.
She quote unquote swore on her child's
Probably
life
full
that it
of
was not intentional.
baloney.
Correct?
before I answer, I'd like you to direct me to that part of her interview. So
I'll strike it. It's on video.
No, nerd. It's not an open book test.
Some of Miss Boone's diagnoses predated her relationship with Mr. Torres, correct?
Yes.
And so when diagnoses predate a violent intimate partner relationship, there is an independent cause, even though they may then later contribute to phenomenon, correct?
Well, I wouldn't say that all mental disorders have an independent cause. Sometimes they're spontaneous or biological in nature.
Well, let's talk about her.
Oh.
You're familiar with her prior diagnoses, and you
Let's
went through
go.
her
Nobody
childhood
made
and so
you.
on and so forth, correct?
I did.
So she was bringing some things with her prior to Mr. Torres' relationship, correct?
She had these.
Answer yes or no, ma'am.
Yes, she did.
You reviewed some Advent health records, correct, of hers,
Yes.
and some Aspire records of hers, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that there are times in the Advent health records where she goes to the hospital and then leaves before getting treated, correct?
Yes.
And there is a time when she goes to the hospital where she is described, their words, not mine, as having ETOH on board.
Yes.
Do you understand what ETOH means?
In a medical record, you would use that shorthand for alcohol.
Or ethanol, right?
Yes.
Drinking alcohol, not the other stuff.
Correct.
And in the records that you reviewed from Aspire, she came with complaints of depression in January of 2018, correct?
That's right.
And ethanol or alcohol is a central nervous system depressant, correct?
Yes.
And I know you're a psychologist, not a psychiatrist. So let me know if I'm pushing you too far and you're not going to answer. But you are familiar.
Now, just let me know if I've gotten above your head. I want to keep you in your lane.
That was beautiful. I know that you're a psychologist and not a psychiatrist, but here's the beauty of what people don't realize. So the difference between a psychiatrist and a psychiatrist actually has to go through medical school to prescribe medications. It's pretty much the same training. The only difference is a psychiatrist can give medications out. Psychologists cannot. That's why if you go see a psychologist, they'll refer to you as a psychiatrist if they think that you need medical interventions. sucks, doesn't it? Yeah, it's just a little bit of extra schooling that you have to go through.
Generally with the effects ethanol has on the body.
Generally, yes.
And you can and do make diagnoses of alcohol abuse disorder.
I do.
And in your professional life or personal life, are you familiar with the standard serving size of drinks when you're evaluating somebody's drinking? For instance, hey, I only drink 2 drinks a day. All right, well, are they 64-ounce mugs of beer or are they 12-ounce? So are you familiar in that context?
It might be a question I would ask during evaluation. What are you referring to? Is it a mixed drink? Is it a shot? I try to identify that.
You ever ask if somebody says they drank 2 glasses of wine, well, how big are the glasses of wine?
Sometimes.
And is your understanding that 5 ounces is the standard serving of wine since it's about 12% alcohol?
Shit, only 5 ounces? God damn it. Brandon, you must have been like time traveling, you son of a bitch.
That's what he was doing. That's it.
He was totally doing it yesterday. He was just like, oh, so they had 60 drinks out of that thing. You and your math skills are astounding, sir. I bow to you.
I'm not sure what the standard size is, but I would ask regarding like a wine glass.
And in January of 2018, when she came in crying and complaining of symptoms consistent.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like my wife and I will sit. Here's the best description. Our what do you call it? Reception. So after our reception on our wedding, we went with some friends of ours to a bar, and the my best man decided he was going to start buying shots for everybody.
Yeah. Right.
And they would bring me over shots, and it what the hell was it? Patron. Yeah, Patron. Patronus, whatever. They're bringing me over Patron, and I don't really like tequila. I'm just like, okay, sure, whatever. I'm more bourbon, Scotch.
Right. I can't stand tequila by itself. No.
But okay, you know, whenever you got really good, and this wasn't like the cheap Patron either. This is good fucking shots. Right. And so he's bringing them over, and I would take a shot, and I'm sitting there like drinking a beer or whatever. And so my wife, you know, she would take a shot also. And it was after like the third shot, I was like, sweetheart, you need to stop. She was just like, no, I'm keeping up. You know, she's got something to prove. And I'm just like, you don't have anything to prove. I was like, just don't drink it. I was like, really, seriously. So she tried to keep up with me shot for shot. And it ended up by the time I think she was on like the 4th shot, I was drinking her shot and mine. Because she would like take a little sip of it. She's like, oh, I can't drink anymore. And she'd set it down, and just because I knew she was drunk, I would just shoot the damn drink and I'd sit it back down there. The next morning, she was going to have her hair done, and they had to hold her hair back because she was puking.
Oh, God.
She was in a horrible condition for our wedding. And I woke up the next morning. I'm like, all right, you ready? You ready to do this? And she's just like, I feel like ass. I was like, how much did you drink last night? And she was like, I don't know. They just kept bringing me shots, and I kept drinking them. It was only like 4 shots, but she was gone.
Still, she didn't have that tolerance, especially compared to yours.
No. And this was before I even had any sort of tolerance. And I was just like, sweetheart, just promise me, just stop. You weigh like a buck. You're just like tiny. You're small. You can't handle this.
Hey, David and I have had to do that with each other. It's been like, hey, you want a glass of water? That's kind of our clue to, okay, you need to stop drinking.
Yes.
Dude, it was like the first night we had the everybody coming up to go to Dollywood. And we go to this place. This is the place that wouldn't serve Baker because he had a foreign ID, which is so stupid.
Oh God.
And you know, everybody, you know, had drinks going around, and then T-Rex is like, I'm gonna buy tequila shots for everybody. Hey, Volstorm, you want a tequila shot? And I looked at him and I go, hell no.
No.
I'm like, no, I'm not taking tequila shots, especially when I got to get up, go to Dollywood tomorrow.
Oh God, no. Oh no. no. I've toned down the amount that I drink. Like, a lot compared to what it was much younger. Your body feels it now much more than it did, 20 years ago.
Yeah, when you get to the point where you end up having a 2-day hangover, it's time to slow down.
I've had those.
Yeah.
I drink very rarely, but I do like me some good tequila. I'll sip on that all night. Hey, there's nothing wrong with a good sipping tequila.
Yeah.
I mean, and you have to understand that the first time that I ever had tequila was whenever I was in the Army at 16 years old. I'd finished off like half a bottle of Crown.
Oh,
yeah. And of course, some asshole in the front seat of the cab on the way back decided to open up a bottle of tequila and wave it in front of my nose. I couldn't touch tequila for years after that.
I bet.
There's nothing like standing there in formation. You're weaving back and forth because you're so drunk and you're just you got a drill sergeant screaming at your face going, "You boys are graduating tomorrow. What are you, a bunch of pussies?" And he's loving it because he knows everybody's trashed out of their mind. Oh God, that was
20 years ago. That was the 80s, right? Yes, exactly. That was the 80s.
It was the 80s. 20 years.
With depression, she had a blood alcohol level of 0.165, correct?
I believe so.
In October of 2018, when she ended up going to Aspire, when she was
there's not enough Bud Lights in the world to get Valhalla drunk.
No, there really isn't.
No, there isn't. Just got to lick your knees at that point and hit for the deck.
Yes.
Oh, lock your knees. No, you don't lock your knees. Do not lock your knees ever.
No. I've seen too many people pass out.
I've seen it. I saw it during graduation. There was a couple of guys that fell out. You just stand there and they're just like,
don't.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I have like something special to show you guys.
Especially when you're out there in the heat, like during inspection or something. Do not lock your fucking knees.
Are you ready for something special?
Yeah, go for it.
It's coming. Let's see that glass of wine.
Yeah.
Let's see that glass of wine, Rosalind. How you doing, girl? How you doing? Yeah. Oh, she's giving me the finger. She gave me the finger.
Well, at least she gave you the nice finger.
She says, "I'm all tangled up. Here, we'll just hide her for you guys." We don't want to embarrass her. She'll get this figured out. I wasn't ready. We'll let her get ready first before we bring her back in. We'll keep her like in the back room, just nice and quiet. So much.
Oh my.
Nice.
Nope, you're muted. We still can't hear you.
Muted.
Hello.
There you go. There you
go. There we go. How you
hear
doing,
me?
girl?
Much more better.
Yeah.
I'm good. Good.
You got your drink? You good to go?
It's her go-go juice.
found stumbling by police. She had a blood out of her breath.
Go night juice.
She's got her go-go
I'm
eyes on
reacting
tonight.
to your description
Beautiful
of her
eyes
stumbling
tonight,
by
girl.
police
Yeah.
and as she approached police for help. So,
Late night with Rosalind Duke.
You better turn the lights down then.
Oh yes, even better. Getting nice and dark. We're gonna get a mud drink. Jesus.
So there are 2 sets of records, but I believe you may have
Shame
the
on
same set
you.
that I received on September 27th, 24. Can you turn to page 21 of 57 of the Aspire records?
mine are numbered, but I will.
Ew, yeah, Mama,
Yes.
that's gross.
God, you're so wrong.
Uh-oh.
No, it's not shoulders tonight, it's cleavage. Get it right.
She's getting serious. She took the glasses off.
Uh-huh. Oh, wait. I have my glasses on because it makes me look like I'm smarter.
Telling
where
you,
are my big
adult
glasses?
movies.
Yep. So why does she keep taking her glass? Okay. I don't understand this. If you wear glasses, it's because you use them for readers.
My big glasses on.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Rosalind,
There we go.
Rosalind, you wear the glasses because you need them for reading. Is that correct?
What?
You wear the glasses because you need them for reading, right?
I can't read shit with these glasses.
So why do you wear the glasses?
I need them for distance.
Okay, so you're saying that she needs them for distance?
No, I'm saying it's big glasses night.
Oh, okay, big glasses night.
Yeah.
So I
Maybe
can't
I'll
see
get.
shit.
Well, maybe I'll get a big glass. Well, I'm just wondering why you would take a pair of readers off to read a goddamn paper.
Well, if she's farsighted or nearsighted like I am, she probably needs them to see faces from a distance, but she can't read it. I can't use readers.
Well, it's kind of like this. I wear glasses most of the time, but when I wear my contacts, I have to have those cheapo readers because I could see far away just fine, but the closer distance, I have to be able to have that. Whereas if I just have my glasses on, if I can't quite read it, I could pull them up and be able to read.
Well, and like I wear these things because it blocks out a lot of the blue light and keeps me from getting headaches. That's the only reason I wear them. Like
that's not why you get the headaches. That's not why you get the headaches.
That's because I'm on the damn stream for fucking ever. That's why.
Yeah.
That might be it.
Take a picture. Yeah, take a picture, girl.
Glamour shots.
More shots.
I can't do progressive scroll town. They make me dizzy.
Exactly.
I don't wear glasses.
What I'm showing you is what is page 21
Mine's
on
that.
records from Aspire that's provided to me by the defense.
Awesome.
2024, and just at the top, you read the first or the fourth.
See, now I'm confused. So she took off her glasses to read the
I'm
paper.
confused too.
She's put on her glasses to read the computer.
Right.
I'm confused. You're saying she needs them for distance, but she just put her glasses on to read the computer.
Look, I was guessing. guessing.
What it is
I don't know.
She actually needs progressive lenses, but she doesn't use them, which is why she's having to pull those off to read up close, but she's sitting back from the computer and she can read them with her normal glasses.
I almost get this impression that the woman got her PhD just to be a professional witness.
Yes. You think?
Yeah. That's what it appears to be.
Where do I apply?
For real.
I would ask that she be allowed to read that entire paragraph, but it will completeness.
Approach. Yeah. Approach, bitches.
Here's the thing. I could go and train to be a professional witness and come off 10 times more credible than most of these people.
2018, there was
any day.
I don't think anybody would take this seriously ever.
And that was based upon her being found stumbling by law enforcement.
Whatever.
0.185, correct?
She walked up. Okay. So I'd have to say no, the way you phrased the question.
Ma'am, Boone was stumbling due to her level of impairment, paren 0.185.
Yes, I would agree.
Is that part of the records you relied upon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
What the fuck was she saying that I don't agree with your phrasing of the question? She was drunk off her ass and she was staggering. How much clearer do I need to be? Well, I didn't like the way you said that. It made her sound like she was drunk.
Can you say
I'm telling you,
nicer?
behind closed doors, this girl's a freak.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, she puts it in any hole.
Yeah. She's a freak.
When you talked to Ms. Boone about that, she kind of just described an event of June of 2018 and blurring those two events. Did she not?
No, she told me she had two different Baker acts.
did she describe as being June of 2018?
I'll have to reference my interview note to find that if you would like me to.
Heidi, that's a mouthful.
No, Heidi's right though.
Yeah. But ouch.
Do you remember giving a deposition on October 1st at the state attorney's office downstairs?
I do.
And at that point in time, and I'll ask, was the party wanting to show her prior statement? Right?
I think she's got a deposition.
Do you have your transcript?
I do.
Just so for the record, it's page 31 I'm referring to.
One my braces.
It's like the University of Phoenix or something
I'm
like
with
that. Or Phoenix
She
University.
described that as June of 2018.
That's what I said in my deposition, that she was describing her experience in June of 18.
And she described this experience as going to the hospital to find a pastor, correct?
Yes.
And ends up going to what we call Lakeside Bend and Aspire now, right?
Yes.
That's not where you find pastors.
And then what you described was she was talking about more of the violence that occurred specifically.
Depends on what kind of pastor you
regarding a
want.
significant episode of Jorge driving.
She
corruptly
just likes
in the
being
car,
on her
so
hands and
so
knees.
forth, correct?
Yes.
All right. Those were two separate incidences. January when she came looking for the pastor, correct?
So I'm just clarifying.
Pasture.
There's a record
That's what he meant
that
to
we
say.
started with this conversation from October
Yeah.
of 2018.
She wanted
And
to
there
play
is
horses.
a description
She's
of
here to serve.
her trying to go to the hospital to seek a counselor. So those are two different instances.
In January of 2018, when she went to the hospital crying and signs of depression,
Bless you.
she indicated that was because her husband and son had gone out
said
of
that?
town and she was feeling lonely and sad about having lost her job.
That was the judge.
There were numerous stressors there,
She
yes.
just
Nothing
sneezed.
mentioned about any problems with somebody named Mr. Jorge or George Torres, correct?
You're talking about January?
Yes.
Oh my God, it's not an open book test.
Just like anything, the class still gets a diploma.
Yeah. You know what you call the guy who finishes last in his class? Graduate.
A doctor.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I've had to deal with a few of those doctors.
Also applies to attorneys. So
Yes.
Oh, yes, I've
Very
had to
much
deal
so.
with those too.
Same.
On a regular basis.
Same. Good God, most of her testimony is going through this damn book.
I was here just a
Yeah.
minute ago.
But this doesn't have the sticky notes on it.
So the hospital records are not referencing her relationship with George on the January date.
I agree. Let's go.
She's so bad.
Let's
The
go.
psychologist.
Now, in talking about February 23rd, 2020 with Ms. Boone, you talked to her about that on several occasions, correct?
I did.
And part of one of those conversations, at least, was about an incident that she indicated that happened the night before February 23rd, 2020, correct?
Yes.
She indicated and told you that she had been dragged down the stairs the night before the suitcase incident, correct?
That's right.
And in part of your review of this case, you reviewed all the crime scene photos, correct?
Yes.
Those include photographs of Ms. Boone, correct?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And were there any indications in the photographs of injuries on her consistent with being dragged down the stairs of carpet?
Not. I didn't see inside her scalp, so I didn't see photos of inside, her hair follicles.
She's
And
not a medical doctor.
What?
How the hell would she know?
I didn't see inside her scalp.
Yeah. Yeah. This is
Sees
a
inside
really
someone's
shitty witness. She's not helping her case here at all. Because just like I'm not a medical doctor, I'm part of the psychology team. I look at the brain, not the scalp. But of course, she's an idiot.
this area of her head. On her outward body, there were no indications of that.
So she had internal
How
bruising
was
in
that she
the
was
scalp.
injured during this dragging down the stairs?
I don't think I went through specific injuries to her. No.
No.
Do you agree that alcohol intoxication affects the credibility of a historian that's providing history to you, patient, or a client?
If they're actively intoxicated, yes.
That means drink. Okay.
We had talked, well, we
Drunk.
had talked
Rosalind
about
has her own
narcissistic
drinking
personality disorder earlier.
Yes.
And that is a recognized diagnosis in the DSM-5-TR.
That's right.
And
Oh, nice freeze.
there's 9 of those, correct? 9 traits?
Are you talking about? You're talking about the criterion of
Jesus
narcissistic
Christ.
personality disorder. Yes.
Oh, Jesus.
Like page 761 on your hard copy?
How do you not already know this?
No, what's funny is he just said it's in page 761 of your hard copy.
He's telling her the page of reference number.
Yes. It's just like, oh, I bet she is a freak.
Yeah, she is.
All right.
The best part is everybody in the background. Did you hear him laughing in the background? That wasn't
Yes.
Rosalind. That was the people in the
No,
gallery were
you
laughing.
could hear the gallery laughing
Oh,
when he
I thought
told
you
her
could hear
what
my
page.
flip-flops.
Yes. Oh
I'll
God.
look it up.
I didn't think that.
760, but
One of the criteria.
Well, 760, but we're
Was
talking
that
about
Cosmo?
761. She's got king tits.
What is this?
I don't know. It says king tits.
Oh,
I don't know. Can you see it? I don't know. It's
Kinda.
a guide to Vegas.
ah,
Oh, she's flipping through the DSM. Yes,
see,
Brandon.
See, I already have a guide to Vegas. He's a cop.
Oh.
Oh yes,
Vegas Rick.
Yes, yeah, you do.
Can
Are you going to see Vegas
put
Rick
the-
while you're
put his
out there?
number in the private chat just in case?
Just DM me if anything happens. We'll get you taken care of.
We'll get you good. We'll get you
Seems like it
good.
would take a long time.
No, you'd be there in a jiffy.
Criteria is has a grandiose sense of self-importance. For example, exaggerates achievements and talents, expects to be recognized as superior without commensurate achievements, correct?
yes.
2 is preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love, correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't that describe her right there?
It describes Sarah to a T.
Yeah, she is like ideal love, excels in everything.
Mm-hmm.
3,
Yeah.
belief that he or she
Sarah.
is special and unique and can only be understood by or should associate with other special or high status people, friend, or institutions, correct?
Oh my God. Damn it. He is just calling her out. Just like this is Sarah to a fucking T.
Doesn't this describe her
So 3,
behavior?
just caveat, it says believes, not belief. But the rest of what you said, I agree with is the criterion.
Really?
4 requires
What did you get your degree in English? You're correcting this? Jeez.
Well, that's probably where she started. She wanted to be a professor. She wanted to teach people, but found that she was gonna have to study,
Well,
get a master's degree.
No, that's what she's doing. That's the reason she's an expert witness, is she's using that as her stepping stone to becoming a professor.
Look at all those tabs.
What happens in Shizzy Stream never stays in Shizzy Stream. No, it goes everywhere. It's everywhere.
We can't control what the public does with this.
No.
excessive admiration.
Yes.
5 has a sense of entitlement, unreasonable expectations for
think?
especially favorable treatment or automatic compliance with his or her expectations. Correct?
Yes.
6 is interpersonally exploitive, takes advantage of others to achieve his or her own ends. Correct?
Is interpersonally exploitative.
Yes.
7 lacks empathy, is unwilling to recognize or identify with the feelings and needs of others. Correct?
Yes.
8 is often envious of others or believes that others are envious of him or her. Correct?
Yes.
9 shows arrogant or haughty behaviors or attitudes.
Yes.
Now,
This
Busted.
busted.
Oh my God. Oh.
Oops.
It's like he pointed out every single thing about her. Oh my God, I'm going to have to rewind that. All right, there's not going to be any interrupting because
then let me get this out. By the way, this is the chick in your class who constantly raised her hand and asked questions, and you're like, I just want to leave and go to the bar.
Yep.
What class?
Any college
Doesn't
class.
matter. Any class, even high school class.
Like,
I was just like,
shut
I want to just go to the
up.
fucking bar. He's going to describe to a T, Sarah Boone. We're not going to stop. So I will mute you fuckers. We've got to let her get through.
All right, do it.
Intoxicated, yes.
Personality disorder earlier.
Yes.
And that is a recognized diagnosis in the DSM-5-TR.
That's right.
And there's 9 of those, correct? 9 traits?
Are you talking about, you're talking about the criterion of narcissistic personality disorder? Yes.
Like page 761 on your hard copy?
Thank you. All right.
Am I close? I have a digital copy.
760, but it's fine.
One of the criteria is have a grandiose sense of self-importance. For example, exaggerates achievements and talents, expects to be recognized as superior without commensurate achievements, correct?
Yes.
2 is preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love, correct?
Yes.
3, belief that he or she is special and unique and can only be understood by or should associate with other special or high status people, or institutions, correct?
So 3, just caveat, it says believes, not belief, but the rest of what you said I agree with is the criteria.
Girl.
4, requires excessive admiration.
Yes.
5, has a sense of entitlement, unreasonable expectations of especially favorable treatment or automatic compliance with his or her expectations, correct?
Yes.
6, is interpersonally exploitive, takes advantage of others to achieve his or her own ends, correct?
Is interpersonally exploitative.
7, lacks empathy, is unwilling to recognize or identify with the feelings and needs of others, correct?
Yes.
8, is often envious of others or believes that others are envious of him or her, correct?
Yes.
9, shows arrogant or haughty behaviors or attitudes.
Yes.
Now, you believe that she has traits of that disorder, correct?
Yes.
Grandiose sense of self-importance.
There are indications that she feels like that or has expressed that before.
So that's a yes.
Yes.
Preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love.
No.
You remember going to the state attorney's office?
Ideal love? That's what she's claiming with George.
Yeah. Remember the whole comment about one soul, 2 bodies.
2 bodies and 1 soul.
The ideal love.
Office on October 1st, 2024, giving a deposition.
I do.
You know, it's in front of a court reporter, like not a court reporter here.
Yes.
And you swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, correct? And referring to page 89, lines 18 through 20. Let me know when you're ready. Are you ready?
Yes.
Did you give the following answer to the following question? Preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love? And your answer was yes.
I did answer yes there.
Oops.
She does not, according, in your estimation, does not believe that she is special and unique and can only associate with high status people, correct?
No.
Does not require excessive admiration, correct?
Correct.
Does have a sense of entitlement.
Really?
Yes.
Is not interpersonally exploitive.
Correct. She is not.
My house, my TV, my this, my that. Mhm.
And when discussing whether or not she lacked empathy or was unwilling to recognize or identify with the feelings or needs of others, you indicated that that might be the case, but it's not intentional.
In other words, she's not aware she's inconveniencing others.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter if you recognize that you are or not. You still have those fucking behaviors.
Well, it's even worse if you don't recognize it.
Yes.
Because that means you're just totally focused on yourself.
Yes. Narcissist.
So there was 3 of those traits, correct?
Yes.
Not 5, which would be required, correct? For a diagnosis of the personality disorder.
if that were the correct diagnosis, you would need 5.
All right. During your conversations with Ms. Boone, the defendant in this case, she explained to you that cheating to her means when Mr. Torres would look at pornography, correct?
Correct.
Not a real life woman, correct?
No, not that he was engaging in sexual intercourse with actual women.
Part of the records that you did not review were the text messages that were part of the phone extraction of her phone device, correct?
That's right.
You indicated in your conversation with Mr. Owens that some of the traits that are commonly seen in abusers would be control, jealousy, easily angered.
This could be, yes.
What other traits for just common for abusers?
I couldn't help it.
Being a person who segregates their victim away from other sources of support, somebody that
Is she
exhibits
present or
coercive
am I?
control, meaning that they would.
You have Wicked Psych says, I haven't followed this case. Is the defense everything the defendant did someone else's fault? Yes.
Pretty much.
That everything she did was not intentional. It wasn't intentional.
Yep.
It was justified. I didn't mean to.
It was both an accident and self-defense at the same time.
Yes. Defense is she's battered in self-defense. It changes every minute. Depends on whether she's talking to the prosecution or the defense. If you're not going to swing back, get your hands off. Duck for fuck's sake. Yes.
Prevent the person from engaging in activities that would be independent. So restricting their ability to have independent like life, job, money, things like that, that would be supportive of them being left, for instance.
What, like controlling the situation by building puzzles all night long? Because I had to make sure that he was happy. Jesus Christ. I mean, just imagine Amber Heard without the acting lessons, just like you said last night. Amber Heard without the acting lessons.
If you feel the need to have to control your partner to this degree, there's something wrong with you.
Yes.
You either need to leave or you need to recognize how messed up you are.
Yep.
Amber Heard.
Things
Sounds
would
like a
be
Lego
using
stream.
emotional expressions like rage to cause a physiological reaction in another person. So those could be additional descriptions.
Specifically, the materials.
You're killing me,
you
Lesko.
reviewed.
You're killing me.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Paperwork from prior cases involving Mr. Torres and Ms. Boone.
Yes,
Medical records for Mr. Torres.
that's right.
The medical and Aspire records for Ms. Boone that we discussed.
Yes,
The crime scene photos from the incident in February.
that's right.
Pages 1 through 413 in discovery in this case.
Right.
Whoa.
A photograph of a suitcase and 2 videos involving the suitcase.
That's right.
And additional videos on that phone, correct?
Yes,
Such as baseball bat smashing the TV.
that's part of it. Yes.
And then did you review any other videos where there's conversations between Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres?
Yes.
One prior 911 call?
Yes.
Now today, you had indicated that you had reviewed the photographs from some prior incidents of violence, correct?
Yes.
When is it that you did that? Is that recently?
No, there are photos included with the
The prior case packages?
case packages. Thank you. I'm not sure what to call it. So
That's fine.
Right.
All right. And did you review any body worn camera from those prior case packages?
no, I did not. I didn't have that.
Anything else that you reviewed that I've not covered?
Are you speaking of documents only?
Yes, materials other than your 9 visits with Ms. Boone.
All right.
Like her 9 attorneys. 1 visit for each attorney.
Just checking with the folders I prepared for today.
This ain't worth it. $3.50 an hour.
I don't know if, I guess that would be part of the discovery. The investigative report is within those 413 pages.
Her voice is starting to shake.
Did you interview anybody else personally besides Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Who else did you personally interview?
Melissa Sexton.
All right. Anybody else?
No,
You didn't interview Brian Boone, correct?
I did not.
You did not interview
Why not?
their child in common, correct?
No.
And you didn't review the phone text messages extracted from her device, correct?
No, I didn't.
Did you review any records from the jail?
No.
So how are you able to judge in totality if you haven't interviewed the people that are most prevalent in her life?
Well, and I don't remember if it was her or if it was one of the other witnesses talking about, you cannot base everything just upon talking to this person. You have to talk to people that have seen her in different situations to be able to make a proper diagnosis.
It was the last psychologist that said that. And so, yeah, he's a psychologist. The
Yeah.
last psychologist was like, yes, you have to view this in totality. If you're going to interview somebody for this kind of thing, you have to talk with other victims, neighbors, you have to review the evidence in totality. You can't just sit down and talk with them. You have to view every single bit of it. And this is something she didn't do. Like, how is she able to make any sort of judgment call on that if she doesn't see all the other stuff that's going on? Sit down and talk with the son and see how she treats him. Like, the son more than likely is going, yeah, she just basically ignores me. She gives me some coloring books, and then basically, you know, anytime they want to screw, I'm like kicked outside. You know, that's the kind of person that she is, because it would inconvenience, and she'll say, well, I don't want to inconvenience George, so let me, you know, just go so George
No. She never said that. What she would constantly say is, well, my husband would bring him over at an inconvenient time. It was always an inconvenience to her.
Yeah.
It was never an inconvenience to somebody else.
But whenever she would say it was an inconvenience to her, it was in the aspect of, well, George is going to be here, and I don't want him to see what George is doing. What do you mean what George is doing? Like, you're still live at 11:15 in Lucid. Yes.
Yikes.
Thank you, Diane G.
It's only.
It happens.
What time is it here?
It's time.
Oh, it's
time
only
to get
8:45
naked.
here.
Yeah. See, it's only
Time
a
is
quarter to
construct.
10 here. So
yeah,
I sent you some pictures, Shizzy.
She sent you pictures.
Meow. Yeah, you know it. It would be so easy to see through her answers. Shizzy gives the public what it wants. Oh yeah, I do in so many ways.
Is.
Diane, 8:45, my ass.
Oh, it's
It is.
7:40. It's 7:45. So see.
Yeah,
44.
that's the. Is that a picture of your boobs? Nice.
No, it's a picture of me and the Duke.
And yeah.
Objection.
The objection is sustained in part and overruled in part.
You testified earlier in the normal course of practice of forensic psychology and psychiatry, you all do rely upon the diagnoses of other
Tuesday,
experts, correct?
Brandon. Tuesday.
You can inform my opinion. Yes.
And you have not reviewed any electronic communications in the form of text regarding Ms. Boone's case, correct?
No, I did not.
Or recorded phone calls of any type, correct?
Well, 911.
Other than that.
No, other than that.
Now let's talk about the February 23rd, 2020. She told you that they didn't really have anything going on to do that particular day, correct?
Yes.
It was a Sunday, correct? Did some chores, and then as a reward, they could rest after doing those chores, correct?
Reward.
Right.
She indicated to you that she and Mr. Torres did not begin drinking until about 4 p.m., correct?
I'll have to reference.
Page 36 of your deposition, if you want to use that.
Great. Thank you. 36.
Yes, ma'am.
You guys are so bad. You behave. You behave, Yamaha.
Don't. Never.
Why
behave.
start now?
All right, I'm with you. Around 4 p.m.
Exactly.
Yeah, true.
And you reviewed the crime scene photos of this case, correct?
I did.
That included receipts for some purchases that were made at Publix on February 22nd.
Glasses are off
correct?
again.
That's right.
It happened.
And one of those receipts was a purchase for a 1.5 liter
She
bottle
doesn't
of Woodbridge
need them.
Chardonnay at 12:17 p.m. on February 23rd, correct?
I'm just saying.
Yes.
Did you question her about the inconsistency of them having purchased a bottle of wine at 12:17 that afternoon and not start drinking until 4 p.m.?
No.
Yeah.
And did
I
she
didn't know anything
tell
about
you
that.
that they had any wine left over from the day before that they consumed that day?
Oh.
At some point, I'm not sure if it was the day that I was going
If it
through
was
this line by
for
line with you in my
testimony
deposition,
yesterday.
but I am aware, yes, that there was an unfinished bottle of wine from some other date.
And then,
But she just said, "Oh, they didn't start drinking until 4." But that's not true.
5 bottles. 5
Yes.
bottles of wine.
as the receipt showed, there was
in one
2
night.
additional bottles of 1.5 liters of wine purchased at
Thanks,
12:17 p.m. and about 5:30
Not even
p.m.
Rosalind could drink that much.
Right.
No, not that wine.
Not that garbage.
And
Give me the
were you
good
aware of
stuff.
approximately
trash
how much
wine.
Ms. Boone, the defendant, weighed at the time of this offense, February 23rd?
I'd rather drink
2020?
Strawberry Hill. Thank you.
Around 100 pounds.
Oh,
And
Get you some
Farm.
in
Boone's
the first
Farm.
413 pages of discovery, I believe, was the autopsy report, correct?
Right.
And so you're aware that Mr. Torres was 103 pounds at his death?
Yes.
Do you take into account this alcohol consumption when evaluating what Ms. Boone is telling you about the events of the day?
Yes.
Did she tell you whether or not she was intoxicated by the amount of alcohol she consumed that day?
Please silence your cell phone.
Oh, God.
You may proceed.
So she did not describe herself as intoxicated originally when we discussed this. So
So the answer is no. She did not describe herself as intoxicated.
intoxicated, right?
She wasn't drunk.
Hypothetically, if she had told the jury that she was intoxicated at the time of the offense, would that affect your evaluation of her credibility of the history she provided you?
No, because that was also my opinion.
Here's the code. Don't drink
Did she indicate to
at
you,
all.
in describing the events of February 23rd, 2020, that there was any point in time she just simply did not remember?
Yes.
What points in time were those?
When she was drunk.
She was drunk. Exactly.
So she did not remember taking the videos of the suitcase,
Right.
or the incident in the suitcase.
Correct.
So wait, no, she testified that she remembered taking the videos and she was talking to George. And then she came back and said she doesn't remember taking the videos. And then she says she remembers taking the video. Yeah, because she's this narcissistic little bitch.
Well, but
But she
here's
remembers her,
here's
her
the thing.
intention.
She remembers
doesn't remember
taking the
doing it.
videos, but where she screwed up was I didn't have time to erase them.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's true.
Yep.
Suitcase until she was at the interrogation room. Yes, and then they were going through them with her. Then she recalled that.
I'm talking about specifically with you. Did she indicate that there were any portions of the night that, or day or night?
That's right,
that she did not
Trish.
Just gotta find the me tab. Where's the reference to me?
I can't recall anything specifically right now.
Hypothetically, if she had indicated to the jury
Mm-hmm.
that she did not remember the 9 or 10 minutes immediately preceding the first video being taken, would that be inconsistent with what she told you then?
No,
Well, she didn't indicate to you that she forgot any part of the night, right?
right. She just didn't say that. So
Would it affect your evaluation of what she told you about the events of February 23rd, 2020, if she hypothetically has testified that she did not remember 10 minutes for videos?
not really, no, because the event and the course of events that she narrated to me occurred over several hours. So when you interview somebody about circumstances of an offense, it's the usual for someone to not remember every single minute for hours at a time. I can't imagine that anybody's memory could
That's called
hold that
defense.
much unless they have like photographic memory or something.
I'm not asking.
But she excels
But
at
didn't
everything.
she? Yeah, but she excels at everything. Didn't she say that she remembers everything up to a certain point, but she doesn't remember these things? Like the amount of inconsistency is almost like somebody eating like meat and vegetables.
About hours and hours of, itemization of her day's events. We're talking about the 20 minutes of the offense. Does that affect the way that you give her history she provided you? Just yes or no?
No.
Really? That right there is I hate being fucking wrong look. That is the I hate being fucking wrong. Because it would affect it, but she is doing her damnedest. Photographic memory doesn't really apply here either. No. Yeah. She's an expert. No, she has already made her opinion, and if anything goes against that opinion, that right there is that look of nope, I'm right. It wouldn't change. It wouldn't matter if she confessed that she stabbed him 20 times. Nope, wouldn't change my opinion whatsoever.
And here's the other thing, if you will notice from her testimony, a lot of her verbiage is awful similar to what Sarah Boone testified to. Remember, she met with her 9 times. 9
times.
9 times. Number 9?
Times.
Number 9.
Now, what she indicated to you was the day had been going well. It was fun and games, correct?
Yes.
Conflict-free.
Fly guy.
To her, she said it was a good day. So that's what she told me.
She said it was a good day.
Yes.
And there comes a point in time where the activities turn toward hide and seek, correct?
Yes.
And
yes,
she goes up to the shower.
Right.
And when she comes down from the shower, that's when Mr. Torres is in this suitcase, correct?
Getting into it.
And she goes over to the suitcase and zips it, correct?
Yes.
And did she describe whether it was 100% zipped to you or just a certain percentage?
She said that it wasn't zipped all the way.
And still then, that was funny to the two of them at first, correct?
That's right.
And then there came a point in time where Mr. Torres was getting mad about being zipped in the suitcase.
She told me that he was getting mad.
And that, in
Wouldn't
turn,
you be?
made her mad.
That's right.
What Mr. Torres was saying was, I can't breathe, correct?
That is what's recorded on the video.
That pissed me
That's
off.
what's recorded.
Well, what made her mad was not that he was saying he couldn't breathe. It's what he was saying that was making her mad.
What else was he saying?
Can't breathe.
At the time, she said that he said something that was making her mad. And so that's the extent of what we talked about at that moment.
You didn't allow her.
Oh, wait. So what he was saying was making her mad, but you can't tell us what she said.
What he said.
Well, I mean, what he said.
What he
can't tell us what he said.
That's what she's saying. She can't say what he said that she said, because that would probably destroy her, because it goes against everything that she said. Because everything that she said was not true.
Great. What something was that made her mad, right?
Right. She said he said something that made her mad, and I started making her
mad. I can't breathe, bitch. Get me the fuck
You
out of
didn't,
here.
Find it important to learn what specifically he said that made her mad, correct?
I don't agree that I didn't find it important.
Okay. And explain. Why wouldn't you ask that question?
Because as a person who is traumatized is describing their experience as a trained clinician, you will allow.
Well, this is my experience. Can I just punch her in the
open-ended discussion of that experience? And so it's not an interrogation. You don't go asking confrontational questions at the time of their first narration.
We had 9 visits.
That's not a confrontational. The first narration? Well, how about the 9th? Did you ever think how is that? Circle back to that bullshit.
When you get to the 9th, at what point do you not approach them and be a little confrontational to the point to where you're questioning what they're saying?
Yes. What was it that they said that set you off? Because we need to find out what this trigger is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, so he said something that triggered her. Bitch, get me the fuck out of this goddamn suitcase.
Maybe.
I mean, that was awful.
Did you follow up on your 9th visit?
I asked her different questions.
Did you ever ask her?
It's Sam. It wasn't fully Sam tonight.
What it was he said that made her mad?
No.
What
She never
fucking
described
use
him
are
doing
you?
anything to make her mad, but it was words, correct?
Right.
What was he doing? Fighting
And
for
once
his
she got
life?
mad, she decided that she was going to leave him in there for 2 minutes.
That's right.
Not 3, not 1, but 2, correct?
You're
That's
right.
what she
Let's
said.
go. You're right.
And the reason she was doing that was because she wanted him to understand how it feels to be choked and what she had experienced.
That's right.
Don't you think that was confrontational, bitch?
Did you ask her why she didn't let him out of the suitcase after 2 minutes?
Yes, I did actually ask her that.
And what did she say?
Well, she thought that he could get out himself. That's one thing. She said that when she was able to unzip it, it was not some significant thing. She was able to unzip it easily. So she said it never occurred to her that he couldn't get out.
Really? Do we need to show the video again of her trying to zip up the suitcase? And how difficult it was? It took 3 people to zip the damn thing up? Oh, Jesus Christ. Is she going to cry? I wish she would. I want to see her cry. I want to see her get a donkey punch.
God, Shizzy.
And you reviewed the still photograph of the suitcase as well as the 2 videos.
Right.
And did you understand what the metadata or what the timestamps were for each of those items?
I'm sure when I reviewed it, I saw the timestamp.
Would you agree that 20 minutes is 10 times as long as 2 minutes?
I would.
And if Mr. Torres had not been able to get himself out of the suitcase within 20 minutes, she didn't indicate that she let him out, correct?
She did not.
She described to you, Ms. Boone being the she, that she was helpful to the police?
Yes.
Oh, she was helpful to the police. Is she going to cry? No, but I bet it's not the first time she's had stuff run down her face.
Do you consider, do you agree with that assessment that she was helpful to the police?
In the sense that she was having conversations with them without counsel.
No.
I would consider that helpful to the police.
Do you think lying to the police is helpful to the police's investigation?
No.
Then why
Do you
did
agree
she
that
lie?
she's not truthful with them?
Yes, I think that I would agree with that.
And when she described getting Mr. Torres out of the suitcase, she described stretching his little legs.
Yes.
And she stated to you there was no.
I'm sorry. I'm
Stretching
sorry.
his little legs.
I'm sorry. That's just...
I'm going to hell.
Oh, God. And the look on her face is just like, yes. Little chicken legs. Damn it, Levy.
And she was as serious as she could be too.
Yes.
The fight that day, correct?
That's right.
Just wanted him to be uncomfortable.
I need to clarify. Physical fight.
Right.
Yes.
Just wanted him to be uncomfortable.
Yes.
Right. And then there's a search of the back
successful.
and her using it to nudge, right?
Poke.
Poke. And so do we agree that that means like poking out like this as opposed to swinging it like your baseball hitter?
I'll be back.
I would agree with you.
And you reviewed the autopsy report, correct?
I believe so.
Did you get an opportunity to review the autopsy photos?
Yes.
Did you question her when she said that she only poked him with the bat?
No.
Not in any of your 9 visits?
You didn't okay. You didn't question that the guy had swollen round marks where she poked him with a bat. How hard was she poking him? I mean, if I poked Rosalind and I left a welt on her, that's not a poke.
Hey, whoa.
Well, I'm not
Take it
poking
down
her
a
that
notch.
way. No, I'm just saying that if you end up with a big ass bruise on you, it's just like, oh, he just poked me. No, that's not a poke. Like, you jabbed something into me, you
Sure.
fucker. I'm gonna kick your ass for doing that shit. God.
Did I question her about whether? Can you just repeat?
MG, what are you doing, you crazy son of a bitch? How you doing? Love you, brother.
I just want to make sure I'm answering it correctly. Okay.
Did you ever, in considering the autopsy report and the autopsy photographs that you reviewed,
yes,
when she said that she nudged or poked with the baseball bat, did you ever question her about that, given the severity of his injuries?
So to answer correctly, I did question her about how she used the bat.
I bet you
And she
did.
reiterated that she poked and she gestured what she meant. So I did question her about that.
And did you have any questions about that history she relayed to you, given the other evidence in this case that you reviewed?
MG.
Just in contrast to the interrogation video. So that
It didn't contrast to the autopsy photographs or report.
Judge, I object.
Roach.
I object. You're making my witness look like an ass.
Right.
What's up, traveling fools? 10 months been a member. Yo, brother. She's parading around his tiny little surgically repaired legs.
You may proceed.
Did she indicate all this nudging or poking with the bat was done while he was inside the suitcase?
Yes.
She never told you that there was any nudging or poking with the bat when he was outside the suitcase?
Right.
Oh.
She indicated that she ended up flipping the suitcase over face down.
That's right.
Did she tell you about Mr. Torres calling his brother earlier that evening?
No.
Did she ever give you a history about a loud boom occurring inside of her townhouse that evening?
We're a mod.
And you never had the opportunity, obviously, to interview Mr. Torres about these things, correct?
Of course not. No.
No other questions.
Any redirect examination?
Wait.
Yes, sir.
Question who?
Hey, redirect.
The state attorney talked to you about power and control, that an abusive partner will use power and control over the victim in a intimate partner violence situation.
Yes.
Threatening someone's dogs, is that an example of someone using control?
Yes.
Taking car keys from the other party, is that an example of control?
If they're withholding, yes.
Taking a phone and withholding a phone,
Yes.
a debit card,
Yes.
destroying a home, TVs, putting holes in the wall,
Yes.
not helping pay the rent and other bills.
Oh, like
So there's
holding
the
it
proof would
against
say
him?
that that could be withholding, that could go under coercive control of another person.
Uh-huh.
What about violating a court order to have no contact with the person?
Yes.
That's all the question.
Thank you. Can this
Was
witness
there
be
any
released?
proof of any of that?
As far as the state is concerned.
Mr. Owens? Thank you, doctor.
Just allow me a moment to pack up.
Collect all your stuff, ma'am. No worries.
Sorry.
Jeez.
No apologies
Like all
necessary.
your books and get out of here.
Yes, please. Run away. Run away. You lost. Psycho. You got fleas.
Ooh, what's going on back there, girl? I've been sitting next
She
to
runs
Aaron
out
too
crying,
long.
just like, they destroyed me. I wanted to be an expert.
Boone. Appearances for the state.
Dick, start half the state.
Defense.
James Owens for the defense.
Tony Henderson for Sarah.
Oh,
Doesn't
okay.
change my position.
Understand, but you have seen them.
I have not.
You have not seen them. Okay.
Doesn't change.
Understood. Okay. You can bring them on up.
Bring him on up. Judge, I'm just an
Thanks, sir.
idiot.
Court has been provided no contact orders issued in case number 2019 MM5062 on or about June 16, 2019, and a no contact order in case number 2019 MM5114 issued on or about June 19, 2019.
Okay.
Both cases styled State of Florida
Had to
versus
take a phone
Torres
call.
George Jr.
That's fine.
Let me hear any
That
arguments
sucks.
as to the judicial notice from you, Mr. Henderson.
Judge, I think they're relevant.
I think just from the testimony of Regional Director Dr. Holder, saying that an element of control and control is talked about greatly by the state. When I point out things hypothetically that they refer to them as hypothetically. However, they refer to things that they're developing on this boom. These show that they were in fact orders, and the orders were for no contact. So these are elements of control in relation to George Torres.
Okay. Response.
There was no contact orders, but between her and George, she had a no contact order on him, but she would still invite him over anyhow. That was the thing. That was her game. Like you don't want to see the fucking video of that shit, because she invited him over and then they got drunk and then she had him arrested.
Right.
Like
had him arrested.
Mm-hmm.
So in regards to the judicial notice aspect, we don't dispute that can be a substitute for authenticity. However, they're not relevant. They're not admissible. They contain statements that were made by people who are not testifying. Just because an expert relies on something doesn't mean that it's admissible. What happened during redirect with Mr. Owens was he was asking, what are the hypothetical things that we rely upon in making these determinations as an expert about whether there's Baggage House syndrome or not. So one of the many inadmissible things that he mentioned was pretrial orders of no contact. So it's fine. The expert can certainly rely on the fact that there may have been pretrial contact order or no contact orders that were involved in this case, and she considered that. That doesn't make them admissible. There has been testimony, I believe, from the school that there was a pretrial no contact order in violations of them. It's not a fact in dispute. It's just that doesn't mean that the paperwork comes in as evidence. So
MG can pull an all-nighter though.
Yeah, you can.
Because expert relies on inadmissible evidence doesn't make it admissible.
What's your response to hearsay?
Let's go. Start sending him shots.
Judge, I think that's the hearsay.
That'll take away the pain.
Because it says that the court can take judicial notice. So that's the foundationary part. And it's not hearsay. It's an order of the court. We're in a case where we've gotten evidence of past domestic abuse. There was evidence of it started with the state about control. And these are things of control. And I'm sure the state's going to rebuttal. They're going to come up with things that they feel either by body cam or any other evidence that shows her exercising control. This shows Mr. Torres exercising control. It is very relevant.
How much control?
But how's it not hearsay? Just because it's a court record, it's still out of court statement. Certainly being offered to the truth of the matter asserted. No contact order.
Judge, that's why we have the thing that the court could take judicial notice of. There are certain things that
but the case law says you can't utilize judicial notice to get around hearsay.
See?
Yeah.
Oops.
I know 9202.
Oh.
He is stunned.
He is stunned because he was like, wait, we thought we could get this in. Like, you guys did not work on your defense very well. I'm just saying.
Who says that I may.
The paralegals suck.
That I may take judicial, but I don't have to. Does it down comfortable?
Notice. 9203 says that upon sufficient notice being provided, which the state is conceding based on their argument, the court shall take judicial notice of items identified in 9202. But my question is, the case law, as identified in Professor Earhart's treatise, specifically says in Due for v. State 69 7 3rd 235, which specifically talks about notice of judicial documents in a court file, that doesn't get you around hearsay. So what's your response?
Let me go through hearsay.
You're fine. Take your time.
Take your time. Yep, it ain't gonna work. It's like,
damn.
You know, right now he's just going, oh shit, I knew I should have studied more for the bar. Fuck. I should have taken criminal law. Damn, I guess real estate law doesn't really count in this aspect.
Should have had the paralegal behind her own desk.
Yeah.
Hey. Hey, no.
Oh my God. This guy, he's just like, no, take your time. Go ahead and figure this out.
No, take your time, but it's not going to work.
It ain't going to work. There's no way you're getting that evidence in because it's hearsay. He's asking the attorney behind him. He's like, what the fuck do I do now?
True? Is that true?
Is that true?
Is he right?
Is he right? He's the fucking judge. He knows his shit. She's like, I'll give you a little humor later, but you just need to let the judge win. Just let the judge win on this one. It's okay. I'll take care of it later.
It's okay, Dad.
Oh, he's her daddy, but not in that way. He didn't birth her.
I hope not.
How can I word this that the judge is going to let me let this in? No way you're going to word it is going to make it work.
Judge?
Yes.
I'll start this way first. One of the exceptions to the hearsay rule is business records exception. So if it's a business record and it's kept in the course of business, then someone can come in and lay the foundation of.
Now, would you agree
I'm
that?
sorry. I'm sorry. I had to stop it. I didn't mean to stop it right there. What exception is business? Rule it is rule ID 10T, or better known as idiot. You lose. I bet they try 5 times. Oh my fucking God. Okay, you're the fucking attorney and you've got a goddamn paralegal that's stepping in and talking out her fucking ass. Yeah. I'm a first-year law student and I know everything. I Googled it really quick while you were arguing with the judge.
Oh my God. I love baby lawyers. I love them. Bless their hearts.
Oh
bless
my God.
Their hearts.
Oh, it is glorious. And I'm not an attorney, but I've watched these baby lawyers go up against my wife, and she just looks at him and goes, yeah, but according to statute, and she'll just like name off the shit.
Yes.
And it's like, and the judge is just like, okay.
I've had those discussions with many of attorneys that tell me all these baby lawyer stories. Oh my God, it's hilarious.
Yes. It's like wicked psyched. I love it. I can't believe you caught my attention to this trial. Hey,
good.
That's what it's
That's
all
awesome.
About. That's what we want.
EMG law. Yeah, it's fun to do.
Well, yeah.
I bet.
Oh my God. Well, and it's so awesome, like, because talking with MG, because he's like got constitutional law, all kinds of shit.
Oh yeah.
That like I'll ask him a question, and he's just like, well, yeah, but this,
right.
and I'm like, fuck, I never looked at it that way. But and he has such a way with it, just expertly explaining it without.
Well, case law says this. Yeah, but you forgot about this. You forgot about this case. You forgot about this on this point. You forgot about this. You're out of your depth.
Yeah, that's why I don't practice law, because I wouldn't remember jack shit.
Terrible at remembering stuff.
Oh yeah. What time is it? No.
Let's see.
Oh God.
Judge?
Yes.
I'll start this way first. One of the exceptions to the hearsay rule is business records exception. So if it's a business record and it's kept in the normal course of business, then someone can come in and lay the foundational things for the
nice
business
try.
exceptions.
What business?
However, in this case, that would not be needed if the court takes judicial notice of it. That eliminates the necessity to do a business record in that foundation, because the court, under the statute 90.2026,
do we know what keys he's playing on
what business is he
piano?
referring to? We're not talking
Right
about
here.
corporate records.
I think he's trying to get to work product. I think he's trying to get there.
Oh dear Lord.
Give.
I mean, am I wrong?
It sounds it's a reach. It's a reach. Exactly, MG. What business?
Yeah, what business? This guy was sitting right here.
Yeah.
Owens, which is the main attorney, does not give a shit right now. He's Googling it. He's like,
he is. He's texted him back at the law firm. What about this?
No, he's trying to schedule his massage for after this.
Yeah, he's getting his tea time. That's what it is.
He's looking up his paralegal's OnlyFans account.
This case is going to be over. I need a tea time for Monday about 3:00.
Yeah.
Take judicial notice of court order.
Happy ending.
This is a court order. It's certified. I think it's an exception to the hearsay rule. Also, I think the probative value of these documents outweighs any prejudicial effect.
Any other argument?
No, you.
Any other argument, state?
The fact that there was a pre-trial court order of no contact between them is going to come in. I mean, on one of the body worn cameras, Mr. Torres is like, well, the court said I couldn't, but she said I could come. And I believe she testified to that during her examination. My objection is to the paper, and the grounds that I've argued.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Exactly.
State v. Mobley, 98 7th 3rd, 124 by the 4th 5th District Court of Appeal, cited in 2012, says that there's a procedure that specifically needs to be followed for judicial notice, as set forth in 9202 and 9203. State is conceding that although there's not a writing, they're not objecting to the judicial notice concept. They're objecting to the evidentiary bases. I do find that it is relevant, but the problem is I have with hearsay, and court in relying on the Florida Supreme Court decision in Dufour, D-U-F-O-U-R v. State, 69 7th 3rd, 235 at pinpoint 253 by the Florida Supreme Court in 2011, which states while the court may take judicial notice of documents in a court file which were properly placed there, this notice would not make the contents of the documents admissible if they were subject to challenge, such as when a document is protected by privilege or constitutes hearsay.
There you go.
It is an out-of-court statement that is being offered for the truth. To wit, it is a no-contact order, and the requisite requirements for a business record under 98036 subsection A have not been met, nor has there been a certificate from the custodian of records as to those things, as required by section 6, paragraph C, and the timeliness of a certification. So I cannot accept judicial notice of these two documents. Even though the state is not conceding the procedure for judicial notice, I am sustaining the state's objection as to hearsay under the grounds and the exceptions that you have offered.
Don't do that.
Judge, we do have the clerk of court subpoenaed. I don't know where they are. I assume they're somewhere in this building. I believe they sent some message to us back before hurricane about what they did were to come, and we said to be continued. So we haven't gotten back up with them yet. So,
Counselor, you're out of time.
It would take us some time.
That's true.
To check on that. It's 4:30.
Was the subpoena still for this time period?
Yes, I believe it was a 3-week period.
Okay.
But we haven't followed back up with them. This came up.
Well, that's your fault.
I'll give you an opportunity to do that.
Oh, just give them an opportunity.
Just go ahead and send them to home for the evening, and let me see if we can find the clerk maybe in the morning, and then we can rest in the morning. And if the state has Dr. Werner,
He's like, you're not going to find it.
this is probably going to take me a little bit of time.
I'll give you that opportunity. Absolutely. If you want to, sure. If you want to try to do it now or do it tomorrow, I'll leave it to you. Because I can't imagine it would take long if we're able to get a records custodian or a person to lay the foundation. I can't imagine it would take that long.
Aren't they in the building?
Yes. 3rd floor.
3rd floor.
You can go now.
I suggest we go ahead and let the jury go. It's 4:30.
Bye, Blondie.
So they can do that. We could
That was the brunette. The one with duck lips too.
I'm not going to make some more employees come in and do that. I was conceding the authenticity. I don't understand.
That's right. Run along.
Of it coming in.
Are you now withdrawing your hearsay objection?
Well, I still believe it's hearsay, but I think it's cured by it's a public record and it's stamped and all that stuff.
I know, but no one's made that argument yet.
I don't want to punish some poor clerk.
Okay.
I don't object to them coming in.
I want to punish some poor clerk because these people are screw ups.
These guys are idiots, and they're gonna get it. I won't object if we could just move this shit along, because they're idiots, and that just throws them off even more.
At this point, he's like, you know what? They want to bring it in, and we're gonna tear that apart too. So,
Brandon says, "How much wine could I drink in a night?" I can't do Chardonnay. Can't do Chardonnay though. It's brutal. God.
A Pinot Noir is nice.
No.
Give me a cab
ounces.
all day.
Oh no, only if you're going to get a Willamette Pinot is it good. If you're getting some other Pinot, it's absolute garbage. Stay away from all of the other Pinots.
Give me a cab. That's all I need.
A Napa cab is perfect. A Pinot from Willamette Valley. No, if you've never had a Willamette Valley Pinot, it is much better than Pinot you're going to get from any other crap hole place.
See, I don't like Pinot.
But try a Willamette Valley Pinot. I'm telling you, you will change your mind on Pinots.
I can't do cab anymore. It's too heavy.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I like
I used to
a
love
good
it.
Napa cab.
I just go straight to a headache. I'm like, I can't do it.
Oh.
Well, that's because you're buying it out of a damn box.
Well, hey! Don't you dare put down box wine, sir.
I will put down box wines all the damn time. Although my wife does like these rosés that she gets that are in a can, which I'll tell you the funny story about that is we were going to a friend's place. They were just like, hey, we got this pool party going on. No, it's not. I can't remember the name of it. But she really likes these particular ones. So she'll like, have,
I like a good rosé.
It's a sparkling rosé that she gets that she really likes. So
Nice.
she was just like, oh, I'm gonna go, and she hadn't tried these before, but one of her friends had brought a bottle of this over, but they also sell it in a can. And she was just
Shizzy
like,
wanted the wife in the bikini, so he went along with it.
oh no, I grabbed 2 beers. I was like, because I'm going to be driving, 2 beers is about all I can handle for the amount of time that we're going to be there. Well, she grabbed 2 cans of this wine and she finished both cans off.
Oh,
and then was just like fucking trashed all the way back to the house. She's like, I am so
your plan
wasted.
worked.
My plan worked. Yes, it did. and come to find out, those two cans of wine that she drank by herself equaled up a half a bottle of wine.
Oh, jeez.
I was like,
so what I heard from this was Shizzy got his wife in a bikini and got her drunk and brought her home, and he was fine. So,
yeah. So I got to have my way with her.
Yes, exactly.
Why wouldn't you?
Hey, kudos to you, sir.
Yes. It's the tan and red wine that makes it heavy, which you can't deal with. Don't drink a port.
It's a slippery slope.
Uh-oh.
Okay. All right. So the state is still maintaining its hearsay objection. I do find that it is relevant.
I don't think it's perfect.
So then what do you want to do, Mr. J?
I'm stipulating to if the hang up for the court and the defendant is that they believe a clerk of the court needs to come in and testify, I'm conceding that issue so that person does not have to do whatever that issue is.
Okay. All right. Fine. Then based on the concession by the defense, by the state, excuse me, do you have any other objections with regard to these 2 non-contact orders, Mr. J?
No more.
Okay. For the reasons previously articulated, I do find it's relevant. The state has withdrawn its hearsay objection. Do you want these as a composite or individual?
Individually.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you pre-mark them and then we'll identify them, please?
Let's see where they're at.
Pieces of paper, and you can move them into evidence tomorrow morning and then present. That'll work.
Okay, there's just figuring
Here's
shit
what we're
out.
gonna do. Okay. Let's just see how long the rebuttal case.
I think the black dude with the bald head, he's got a wedgie.
I agree.
He's gonna reach up there like he wants to pull it out. He wants to pull it out of his butt crack,
but he can't. He knows he's on camera.
Yep.
They've used a different instruction. We've looked at a bunch of them, so I don't know what this court is going to be inclined to do.
It's like, what do I do now?
Special instruction on vice spouse.
Yes,
This
Heidi,
is
it
too
is
easy.
the cannons.
He's looking. He's like, this is too easy. I'm gonna get so screwed on this. Well, you need to work this stuff up for me.
Courts, on the county case that I mentioned before, Dr.
You're telling him, turn around, be a man.
Sarah got some juice.
Has a draft of that been circulated yet?
There he goes. Watch.
right, so
He's going to
here's
try to
what we're
reach
gonna
up
do.
there.
Okay.
No,
Let's
he did
just
it.
see
Can't do it.
how long-
Can't do it. I really wanted to pull that wedgie out. He's just like, God damn it. I'm on camera. It's not his underwear.
Maybe he should just like hike up his leg and put his foot on the desk.
That's not his underwear.
Rebuttal case days. And then if we have to do closing
It's a
Friday morning,
boss
we'll have to do closing
move.
Friday morning. I'd rather go through than spend the time and make sure that we're all on the same page with regard to the instructions,
It's like,
especially
come
due to the
on,
complicated
Judge.
nature of 3.6F. With regard to those, the court will have Ms. Barrios email you all. She just started her drive back to Kissimmee, so it might come a little bit later this evening. I will have Ms. Barrios email to you all the red line that the court has worked on so far of the jury instructions provided by the state. The defense is to provide its markup of the 3.6F and 3.6G instructions and any other defensive instructions that the defense seeks to have read to the jury.
Before 9 o'clock in the morning?
I think so. That gives the state the opportunity during the lunch hour to review them in advance of our charging conference.
I have it.
Okay.
Judge?
Yes, sir.
There was one thing that stated, filed a motion requesting a special instruction as to, I think it was the voluntariness. I read the motion and the proposed instruction. I have no objection.
Okay. All right. So just so the record's clear, we're referring to the state's request for special jury instruction regarding Florida criminal standard jury instruction.
Shit, sweetheart. They've got like another half a week, but this thing's going to be done before then.
Yeah, it'll be done by Friday.
I mean, if what's today?
Hey, Squid.
Hey, Squid. How's it going? Good to see you. So I can pretty much predict what's going to happen. Tomorrow they're going to have closing arguments. All right. And they're going to set the jury for deliberation. Unless they have some stupid fucking delay by lunchtime tomorrow, they're going to have closing arguments. They're going to give jury instruction, and this is going to be done. And Friday, and I'm almost betting on this. Friday, the jury's going to deliberate. They will be done before the end of the day. They will come back and they will deliberate, and they will give you either a guilty or a not guilty verdict.
Yeah, because they said they're going to enter that into evidence. I think the state has a rebuttal witness, and then they'll do closing arguments.
Yeah, and they'll be done by lunch.
Yeah.
They'll be done with their closing arguments, and Friday they will come back with their verdict, whether it's positive or negative. But this weekend, you'll know by this weekend. And if you don't, then that means that you've got somebody on that fucking jury that's being a dumbass.
Yeah,
that's all that it means.
The only problem I see, I think manslaughter's easy. I think that's pretty much going to be a slam dunk. Is somebody going to hold back on murder too? That's going to be the only hang up.
Oh, it's going to be one asshole on that jury.
Right.
There's going to be one holdout. It's just like,
penalty. They're not going after that.
No,
but it doesn't matter. There's still there's always that
There's
one
always
person.
somebody. She was protecting herself. No, she wasn't.
I mean, here's the thing. I did a mock trial with Baker not too long ago. Okay. And that was a mess. Let's put it this way. I destroyed my face like the day that we were doing that. Like I punched a hole through my face where you could see the teeth.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah,
that.
you remember that now. Yeah. So I got to listen to the people that were back there deliberating. Love them all, but oh my fucking God, you could have made that decision in less than 5 minutes.
Shizzy, don't be bitter. You won.
No, I'm not bitter. I'm just like, oh my gosh, you could have. They just wanted to sit back there and chat. They were having a good time because I got to watch it. I was just like, oh my God, this is so.
See, and I was rooting for you to lose because I wanted to see Expert get in trouble.
You wanted to see him go to jail.
I'd have been the one witness going because I had stuff going on, so I couldn't be a witness on there. But the whole time I'm like, fry him.
Oh, and Baker came so prepared, and I was so disorganized. I just let my witnesses handle it all, and Mo and Max Murrah just destroyed them. I didn't have to do anything. It was beautiful. Like there was very little research, and the questions I had were like very minimal, and Baker was so salty over that.
He was pissed, man.
He was so pissed. Like, how could you not find him guilty? It's just like, I'm likable, I guess. No, it was fun. It was fun. So that's really this case is not going to last very much longer. It's yeah, they've pretty much proven their point. Shizzy, why? I don't know. I could have sworn that I lost that damn thing until I was listening to him deliberate, and I was just in there, and I couldn't give it away. I just couldn't give it away. It was so glorious.
Right.
Like I'm just gonna let them do their thing. I already knew that within the first 5 minutes they had decided that we had won that case. Like I joke not, but they were just talking and sort of working through some of the things, and they wanted to make sure that whenever they came back and gave that instruction of what their verdict was, that it was solid. So I mean, there was more thought to it than that.
Right.
Speaking of more thought than that, there's no more thought left in this brain of mine. Tomorrow morning, it's a new day. I'm gonna kick this thing off. I'm gonna send all you fine folks over to MG. Make sure that you smack that like button on the way in and on the way out. I've had too much to drink tonight. Peace, y'all.
Peace.
Looking tight, I curl and wait. You passed out, hoping you return my fate. And you must stash out. Stupid game has turned to cruel. Are you feeling me? Love inside, I feel the fool. I can breathe. Wasn't meant to be my night. Hiding in the suitcase tight. Sarah's giggles fade away, leaving me as a castaway.